alive or not? Should be. Yes. Let's annoy everyone in Discord and start. Okay. This music track reminds me of something. That little particular thing that made me react like this. I think it's some track from like Duke Nukem 3D. It's what it reminds me of. Perhaps even Space Storm. Anyway, let's go in the blue. Squadala! Yes, immediately. I have already forgotten everything about how to play this, again, as usual, as always happens. I remember that I switched my graphical preferences last time to an uncharacteristic style. Okay, let's run around like mad, actually with a better weapon. The lizard? No, it didn't die, okay. I guess I disabled, yeah, I disabled the whole auto-aim thing. Completely, so now I can't even do that. I have to actually aim. It's kind of more interesting, but at the same time, I keep forgetting. I'm not used to having to aim at these flying motherfuckers. Okay, I'm gonna hide from them, I think. Can I hide like here, perhaps? Sort of. Okay. Let's sit out here for a bit. I just watched someone watch a VOD of Apex, which I've never played, and like live commentate, and I'm in the mood for this like super twitchy style, you know, whoosh whoosh, run around, look around corner quickly, shoot at someone, aim quickly and aim at, I mean, and shoot, you know, aim and then shoot. It's like that old saying, aim twice, shoot once. So I'm playing like about 3 times faster than I usually move and play in these games. Even though there's nothing much really happening, you know, challenging gameplay wise. And then that happens, of course. Oof. Okay, no. Let's not just stand and take it. I say as I mean, I didn't take it standing, I took it moving lightly left and right. Oh, armor. I didn't even notice how much I had, but probably less. Because, you know, it increased. Hey, now I can do this kind of stuff. Even though, you know, barely worked, but, you know, it's the thought that counts. Oh, that other guy also died. I forget if they can hit each other. I don't think so, but, you know, you never know. Did I run into something there, briefly? Anyway, let's take care of this guy, I guess. He's being a nuisance. I can also, probably, get around here and take some more pot shots at things alone. Oh, wow. Ah, only 7, okay. I see now why that was selected. I would enjoy having some health. You know, that goes without saying. But I still felt like saying it. This ammo is good too. Okay, blue key. Haven't I got... Yes, I have got the blue key. Let's... Are there any windows to look in? Maybe I can... No. There's probably some bullshit inside there that I don't want to let out right now. Also, I thought this was some sort of like mana... Yeah, it is called literally the mana flow. I was about to say the mana flow. But if it's one of these, maybe it's just water. Who knows? Ah! Right, they can reach all the way here. No, 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 no. You don't do that. There's some bullshit down there as well behind the thing. It's making me nervous. Okay, wait, no. I don't want to mess with their little squabble. No, what? I guess someone died. I feel very fragile right now. I guess those guys are really weak. Still, they won't mind some health. Do I have... maybe I have actually, like, items? Yes, I have one. I'm gonna just use it even though its main purpose is meant to be going over 100 health, but you know. I would still rather not die, because apparently I'm just deciding not to save for a while or something. Huh? Axes where? I appreciate that the axe is making sound when they fly. Where did it come from though? Surely not like over here. It's pretty far. Whatever, I'm taking this. And I'm using it immediately. It's coming from over... ah! You, I see. Dang it, I have to keep moving. This is bothersome. I'd rather just stay in place and shoot. Snipe at faraway enemies, you know? Can I just go in here first? Right, now auto aim. Yes. This is kind of refreshing though. Ah, what the fuck is this? Where the hell did you guys come from? All of a sudden, no. This won't do. Yeah. No, can't afford. There are still people. And now I should be able to see them so easily with being red on gray and everything, but still. Okay, there's actual darkness now there that makes me almost unable to see that thing. Well, almost. Let's see if we can safely be here. Well, mildly safely. Now it's gonna be a Ifrit to the right. Somewhere. Maybe locked in, possibly locked in. I'm feeling very pro after watching that VOD and the analysis of the VOD and everything. Got what? Okay, well, no longer. Not anymore. Where are you going? I also can't believe I have to use this again. What is this, the first level? Are they waking up over there because they hear me? Because I'm not even looking right now. Is there a line of sight or do they just keep hearing me? Ooh, how did that not hit? Already have three of those, I see. Huh. Maybe it should be my default thing. Touchdown was pretty frustrated with me for not using, for, you know, having 14 tomes of power at the end of episode 2, which is fair enough. Hello, Azmati? Yes, nice Friday. Hippocat's not shown his face yet, but you know. That's just Hippocat. Good preemptive greeting though. Nice strategy. They did? They did over there? Or did they transfer somewhere? No, they transferred. Nah. Okay. Is there a good way around perhaps to get a better vantage point on them? Maybe not. Oh well, I guess they can just come to me here. That's not really any better. In fact, it's slightly maybe worse because this wall blocks me. Oh, what? Purple man. Okay. I don't know where he came from, but I gotta deal with him now. I dealt with him, let's go back to this guy. Apparently I have no number 2 ammo whatsoever, but I've got a fuck ton of the arrows. Suddenly, everyone's coming around from this direction. I have to wonder if these episodes have... I don't remember how many levels the first one had, I'll be honest. They felt shorter, and I feel like there was slightly less of them maybe. But I imagine, like, these 3 levels, besides the hub already really quickly opened up the first 3 levels for me. And the 3 levels here feel shorter or smaller, or easier at least, than the initial levels of the previous one, so... If we have a limited number of level slots, which we might not, considering Z-Doom and everything, might be making good progress in episode 3 so far. Do I have a key, I wonder? I definitely always think the same thing as I said before, that I kind of feel like the never-ending intense combat makes me pay less attention to the environments. Because some of the levels in the second hub, I feel like I would have liked more if I was able to stop and appreciate them a little bit. Such as, I absolutely do not remember anything from the clock tower, for example, but there's like a cave section in there and stuff, but I don't remember, it didn't leave any impression. I would say, oh, almost secret, oh, now I have a key for sure. I would say, honestly, that Hub 2, I like had less consistently interesting levels in terms of, you know, just theme or something than Hub 1 did. Because Hub 1 was just a straightforward fantasy setting, like giant swamp, giant hell volcano field, a port, and stuff like that. I actually forgot what else was there. But Hub 2 had like clock tower, treasury, monastery, and those are all slightly more boring for me, for my specific tastes. I'm not gonna say it as any sort of objective judgment of the water, but just for my specific taste. And these 3 like liquid levels, I still find it really silly that they're grouped by like 3 colors of liquids, but by themselves they are better than the... I think that the level that I would say was... It was really annoying, but the Willowwood was pretty alright in terms of setting. And then the winter level as well, the mountains. A secret level, I don't know if I want to count, it was Egyptian. Egyptian's levels are nice, but for some reason in games older than Series 7, I don't quite care. Did he die? I think he died. Anyway, lots of ammo and stuff. But yeah, I am slightly getting excited to finally get to play... Okay, this guy is just short apparently, collision box wise. To get to play Jin after all this time of promising it. We'll see how much we end up liking it, because apparently the author has mixed feelings about it at this point. But he doesn't hate it so much that he didn't want me to stream it, so you know, that's nice. And if nothing's changed, then he'll be able to be in the comments and maybe give some comments on the things that we see, maybe hints. I think I remember him saying in the DMs that at least one place in there would really benefit from a good hint. Where the hell am I even going? Okay, that's the magic disabler, right? Oh, I can finally use this for like 2 seconds. On the door. I wonder if this is completely accurate regarding the amount of doors, because this only says 1 door. Oh, hi. Is it worth using a tome? Probably not. Actually, probably best to use this, because there's a full quiver over there. Oh, that was the ice one. Okay, I didn't see him, what with all the blue lighting. I didn't really see that he was the ice one. Well, I guess it makes sense because he was only shooting ice. You know, that's a dead giveaway for that kind of thing. So this is the door. Before I open any doors ever, I'm gonna try to see that I have exhausted all the possible directions. Yes, okay, on that side now. So I'm gonna have to go back to the red level with the red key, but I think other than that we've gotten everything out of that level. We've disabled the magic, we've gone around. The green level I think is pretty much fully done. So this is kind of like a cyclic structure. Okay, ghost. Undead warrior somewhere. I guess. Who threw that tomahawk? Where? Okay, yes, ghost. Now, one reason why I wouldn't use free look as much, or you know, will not always use it, is that the monster hitboxes don't really align too perfectly with their actual visual height of sprites and such. Lower difficulty, I forget what I was saying when you said that. Why would I play on lower difficulty? Did I say something was difficult? I don't remember. But no, only pussy bitches play on lower difficulties. That is the rule. Okay, so apparently this is just it. Let's open this. It's a lift. Ooh, I'm not sure how I like lifts, but... Ah, well, I mean, playing on easy, I would just be taken out of the immersion by constantly thinking, ah, damn, this is too easy, I should have had more challenge. You know, it's not the constant fights, it's not the difficulty that's the problem for appreciating the thing. It's the lack of the need to, like, you know, do anything outside of fighting, because it could be difficult, but based more on exploration or scraping by for resources and stuff like that. And if I had more, you know, challenge related to the layout of the level and the environment than to combat, which I guess combat is also very much tied to the layout, but you know, you don't really need to memorize anything, at least I don't. And I mean, some people probably memorize things better than I in combat and just, you know, have the mental image of what's where all the time. Hi, I'm gonna shoot him riding back up. But come on, come up here. But when it's constant combat, I don't really, you know, get the level as well. As if I have to, like, look for the way to progress or something of that nature, which is not everyone's favorite, you know, gameplay style, but it is mine, it is for me. Oh, there's another... no, that's a switch. Was that sealed by magic as well? I don't know. Did I get that other quiver? I don't know. Switch probably gonna open this shit. Before that, I'm gonna see where this elevator goes. Ah, another blue door, so does it go somewhere outside? Logically, you would think that since it's another blue door, it would go somewhere that was previously accessible already. But I don't really, I'm not seeing how I could have gotten here. Maybe through the door that had magic on it. But this, isn't this the complete opposite direction from that? Oops. I don't even care that they're fighting, I'm gonna shoot them anyway. Okay, who's doing the ice? Is it an ice Iron Leech, or is that... yeah, that is an ice Iron Leech. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna just, you know, free up the space a little bit here by using cheap tactics. Wait, did they no, the Lich didn't die. I guess, yeah, they are positioned in such a way as if expecting me to come from the other direction. Well, they can all bunch up against the door. I'm gonna see if I left any healing. Curfew, interesting. How late are you allowed to be outside? I honestly, I wouldn't mind the curfew because I don't really, I don't find myself outside late in the day. I like being at home late. Did the lich go all the way over there, or is it a different one? Yeah. After 9. Well, that might be slightly tougher because of, you know, work, but how was the situation with going to work? Because I think in some places it's regulated a bit more how many people can like go to their office, and or how many have to work from home, like percentage wise or something, even from a certain given company, or like any given company. I feel like I've read something like that, but it might have been Russia only kind of thing, and it barely was upkept, and then it wasn't anymore. Ah, well, let's consider it, I suppose. Okay, shit's flying all over. I mean, all the shit's flying over. That's what I wanted to say. On the same note, his shit was flying over as well. Well, I mean, I honestly think that the situation kind of permits a little bit of enforcement here and there, because it's a fucking plague, man, almost. You know, if people ain't gonna be responsible and try to minimize the spread, you gotta force them, make them deal with it. I don't really mind it. Well, the curfew, I don't know. The measures may be dumb, but the sheer fact that measures are being employed that restrict your freedoms, I think, is completely allowable and understandable during a situation like this. Curfew, I mean, it's just literally to make it so that less people are outside. Even if it cuts down only particular hours, it still means that each day there's less contact between different people out there. And it's a curfew because I guess curfews are viewed as more acceptable and more people can plan their life around not actually needing to be out late. So I guess it's kind of less effective because it cuts down less, because not very many people have to, you know, be out in the first place at that kind of time. But shit, well, now I fell down and can't get up. I don't know, I'm not a politician. I have never considered what I would do in their place and what measures I would take. Was I here? Have I? Oh yes, so okay. I was meant to go around this way then. To approach that whole situation. I like the drip drops. I absolutely do not. Because I don't need all my rights all the time to survive. And if some of my rights I don't need, that exercising which would, you know, make the situation overall, or have a chance to make the situation in the country worse by, you know, carelessly spreading the infection during that period, I consider it absolutely normal that the government can impose extra restrictions that I would normally protest completely when they have no reason, aka when, you know, there is no illness flying around. I mean, the measure is dumb, but it might get something done. It's just, you know, ineffective, but they must measure the cost and the, you know, the gain from it. So maybe they decided that however many people are late outside, maybe a lot of people are like partying outside late, or partying in clubs or something. And that's a lot of big gatherings are happening because of people being able to get out late, but that's the kind of gathering that they don't need for living, and it's just entertainment and such. And they can absolutely use curfew to cut down on that. So in fact, it might be smarter than I thought. But you know, they didn't just fucking do that on a whim, I would assume. They sat down and thought a little bit about what it would do. Maybe they didn't consider every possible thing that would happen as a result, but still. And it's not like after this whole thing blows over, they're gonna just say, you know what, the curfew is still in, or you know what, we kinda like having a curfew. We like imposing curfew. Why would the government want to impose a curfew by default? I mean, I guess there would be reasons, right? There would be. It's just, I'm not used to considering them, but well, I don't think that sounds messed up at all. I think it's easier to put a curfew than having to, like, specify technically how many people there need to be, at what times, what constitutes a party, because it's something that is legally much harder to dispute. It's like, don't be outside at that kind of time. That's it. You don't need to be able to walk with someone that late for fun in order to have a comfortable life for a couple of years, or you know, part of a year or whatever. Absolutely don't need any of that. So I am all for making some concessions with the life, just so, you know, other people are forced to stop being stupid by the same measure and stop making things worse actively. Okay, I'm afraid, but okay, no, I'm not afraid anymore. There we go. I overall just have a bit of a less of an obsession with, like, personal, complete 100% personal freedom, no government ever being able to tell me what to do at any point, because I don't know, I understand sometimes there is a need for that. You know, there are still always laws. This time there's just a bit more laws, and the laws are always there, ideally, you know, outside of laws that are obviously a result of corruption or something, or lobbying. Theoretically, laws are there to make society work better as a whole and for the betterment of everyone and everyone's quality of life. And this situation just requires more laws for everyone's quality of life to be, you know, acceptable. Dude, you are going into extremes. Like, it's pretty stupid to jump from a curfew to North Korea. That's really dumb, in fact. Because there's nothing inherently wrong with a curfew during a time when it does more good than bad. And the whole thing with defining things more specific, like forbidding more specific things like parties or large gatherings, it always involves just people trying to wiggle out of that or find a loophole or something. If there's a curfew, fuck off, no loopholes. Nah, the whole slippery slope doesn't always work like that. North Korea, or China or whatever, they don't do that out of necessity. I mean, maybe some people think that it benefits the society as a whole, and there's always going to be different perspectives and opinions. But everyone is able to draw the line and stop at some point before, you know, just barreling down, considering, okay, you know what, I'm fine with the curfew, maybe I'm fine with, like, social score and stuff. Kazumati, what kind of fragile little bitch are you think everyone is? It's absolutely fine to not have, you know, contact with people after 9. How ridiculous is that? Like, I could understand if it was a complete, like, no going out for any reason at any time during the day ever. I would understand that. But after 9, who the hell needs, for mental health, to necessarily see people after 9. That's stupid as fuck. One more switch, so I guess I will be in the red, because I think I pretty much did all the green stuff. Well, they can just sit there, I guess. Well, there are, you know, at work you see people. That's enough. If you're so fragile that, you know, your mental health suffers unless you see people on your very specific conditions, then I guess you have to deal with it, because you know what? The government did not start, I mean, some government maybe helped, but your government didn't start the plague. You got to deal with, you know, there's a situation. It's like, you know what? I hate the fact that the government can tell me when to walk across the road and when not. I'm just gonna go on the red and have, you know, I'd rather run across on the red light and dodge cars than be told not to cross on the red light. That's how you sound like. This particular time there's an extra situation there which makes life harder for everyone, but in order to avoid making life even worse, much worse, because otherwise people will be dead. If people get infected, they be dead. If people stay at home, they just feel a little bit worse for a while. That's a big difference. It absolutely is helping people, though. No, it's not an abuse of power, and it is helping. Because there are probably tons of shitty parties and stuff like that happening that people don't actually need. Just because you don't do it doesn't mean that there aren't. Everyone goes to fucking shitty bars and stuff in the evening. And being slightly more stressed out, only the people who actually like need contact after 9, them being slightly more stressed out is absolutely a sacrifice worthy of less people getting infected. Because you know who cares about stress when someone could be dead instead? I already made my point on that. You aren't gonna just, you know, repeat the same thing and have it mean something more. I already said what I think about that. You cannot just, you know, with the same efficiency forbid parties. You'd have to define parties, you'd have to define a lot of just clauses for when it applies, instead of just going time. This is the time. It wouldn't work even as, you know, you would say it doesn't really do much, but it would do way worse, way less if people had to prove that like they're having a party or they're not having a party, they're having a gathering of X amount of people or not. Again, it's kind of silly that you're even arguing against it, in my opinion, because a curfew is not very bad at all. It's like a minor thing during the time of a freaking infection flying around everywhere. And they're making such a big deal, as almost like it's some crazy dictatorship. The government just gets off on making people not be outside late in the evening. How stupid does that sound? Like, why would they want to do that? And maybe like have the infection thing, the other thing, be like an excuse to do it. Why would they want? Or do you think they are just like, oh, I make people do things my way, that feels so nice, I must do more? How cartoonish is that idea that they are abusing power for whatever reason? I mean, people's movement is restricted all the time. There are lots of places you cannot go, there are lots of things you need to pay to go to or something. It's absolutely not a big deal. There is so many things, so many restrictions on you already by the law. Absolutely not a big deal. Especially not a big deal during a time of crisis. You literally sound like one of the American types who are like, oh, the government isn't gonna make me wear a mask, fuck you all, I'm gonna go have a giant party with lots of people without masks because I just wanna stick my tongue out at the government, you can't make me do anything, fuck you. Who cares if like half of these people are gonna get infected after in the end? I don't give a shit, you don't tell me what to do. Or do you think the curfew is gonna stay after COVID passes over, whenever it does? Like, do you think they're actually gonna be able to keep doing stuff like that afterwards with some other excuse? I could see an argument being made that like people are getting used to more restrictions, but still, what are they gonna do afterwards? In what ways would they restrict people? I already told you, that's a sweeping kind of blanket way that makes it possible to prevent things that are actually dangerous that happen late. And their sacrifice of not being able to walk in the park after 9 means nothing. You're not the target, you're just a casualty. But it's a casualty that's, you know, completely acceptable, beyond acceptable. Just people not being able to go in pairs or alone in the park after night. They'll get over it. Fuck them. If this is a way to easily and reliably prevent parties that happen after 9, more than justified. More than justified. Yeah. What two things? I don't think any of two things that I have mentioned in the last 10 minutes were practically the same to me though. So I feel like you're once again just completely misunderstanding whatever I'm saying. They are the same thing because they fall under the same blankets of people doing stuff after 9. How are you not understanding this, honestly? Like, it's way easier to control people not having parties after 9 if you just impose a restriction on everyone being outside after 9. It would be almost impossible to control parties without that. Because then you could have a party, and then everyone can just leave by themselves, and... Oh, is this a secret perhaps? Everyone could just leave by themselves, and, you know, short of police breaking in and finding a party, nothing would be provable. But if they cannot go even by themselves after that time, then they cannot pull that trick. But for example, that's just one little example. They're only the same category of things. And people, you know, the much smaller and not dangerous thing of people not being able to go in the park after 9 is completely worth it to prevent the other thing that is actually bad. Where did this go again? Ah, the key, okay. So I think that secret exit or whatever that is the last place here. Let me check. Man, with this resolution I can't really see the map well even. Yeah, I think that's... After that door, that's the last thing here that I have not explored yet. Man, you are just thinking in absolutes. It's like, you know what, it's like Americans when they hear some minor socialist policy that might be actually in effect in their country, they go like, no. This is socialism already, like, one step away from communism, gulags and whatnot. That's ridiculous. Do you really think that one more law that restricts things, combined with a fuck ton of laws that already restrict you, is suddenly authoritarianism? One little curfew in a time of virus outbreak is absolutely not. It's not even a step towards authoritarianism. Not even remotely. Oh, it's not a secret teleport. Well, shit. Okay, let's go to the red then, I suppose. Where was the blue and where was the red again? Red was over there. Yes, okay. Honestly, I would only expect Americans to be making like a single step connection from a curfew to authoritarianism completely like North Korea. That's ridiculous. I mean, to be, it would have to be something way more and without a good reason. It's situational, you know. You would give me an example, maybe I could give you an answer whether or not that's authoritarianism for me. But a fucking curfew? Absolutely not. I do not have like a pre-drawn line. I have not thought about this in such depth that there is just one action which for me defines, okay, further than this is authoritarianism. It's a gradient. At some point it's gonna start feeling like authoritarianism to me, but this is like it's a curfew to me. It's ridiculous to think of it as that. I mean, curfews are everywhere all the time. That's kind of... I'm fairly sure that's not true, that was the last time. Though, in this situation, I accept that this might be wrong. But you know what? Hitler liked painting, so now... you know, the famous argument. Hey, maybe when someone starts painting, it's a sign. They're one step away from being Hitler. You're doing that Godwin law thing, or whatever law it's like, oh, Nazis! Wait. Oh, that thing just goes up and down. Right, the switch went down. Makes sense. I mean, obviously, it could be that I'm completely wrong, but I would have to have far more convincing arguments than you just saying, you know what, to me it's authoritarianism. It's essential that I be able to walk in the park after 9. And this is abuse of power because you're just stating things that I disagree with. And there's not really a way to argue that either way. But if someone made a better argument, and not just an example of how, okay, at some point, in some place, thing A happened before thing B, and therefore thing A will always lead to thing B everywhere. I mean, that sounds slightly conspiratory to me. It's one of the like, I consider this idea that there, as I said before, like people will get used to small limits of freedom. But I think that's, you know, until you see proof, until you see them slowly just, you know, pushing more and more with it being less and less necessary or at all beneficial, or when they don't take it all back, push it all back, when the threat of the COVID kind of ends more or less, or lessens at least. In that case, you could start making a convincing argument. Jesus Christ. Okay. But just panicking at the first sign, to me, that's way dumb. And conspiracy theory level stuff like, ooh, they are using COVID to, I don't know what, eventually become a dictatorship or something. It all starts with not letting people walk in the parks after 9 during the plague. Where did this guy come from? When did this open? Ah, probably from this. It's a kind of innocent until proven guilty thing. I know it should apply to people and not governments, but I think jumping to such ideas, unless there's definitely more substantial evidence, is kind of silly. That's what every conspiracy theorist would say. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not true. La la la. I think you're making mountains out of molehills, and that is conspiracy level. And you're seeing things that aren't there. And how is your take in any way more valid than mine until we have proof either way? It doesn't, you know, everything starts with molehills, but far less things actually progress beyond molehills. That is paranoia. Paranoia and conspirology in the same breath. At least, again, in my opinion. You see, you know, like when... If they actually go and rob you of more freedoms, at least you'll be able to rub it in my face. Take solace in that. Yeah, that's the place where I've been before, so what am I doing up here anyway? I guess I'm trying out that teleporter. I don't want to be here at all. Oh, what? Okay. Well, later then, I guess. Wait, no, I don't want to go through the teleporter again. It's gonna put me in the middle of all this shit. You know what? I will tell you something. It's one hell of a direction to take a Heretic stream. I mean, do you think it doesn't? Do you think the government is fine with like half the people dying? Do you think that's like they don't give a shit about that potential? I mean, you think what you want, but I'm gonna form my opinions based on what you think, and those opinions are not very pretty if you really think that the government does not want to prevent people from dying by default, or large quantities of people at least, you know. Most people. Random people. You know, there are some qualifiers in there, there are some specificities, but by default the government wants to not have like thousands of random people die. Very little, right? Well, I mean, percentage-wise maybe, but I feel like, you know, in America, for how many was it, like 400,000 at some point? That's enough, you know? If people having a little more restrictions on their daily lives for a bit could have saved like 200,000 people, I would think that would be worth it. But apparently, to you, you know, if they don't allow you to walk in the park at night, fuck all those people that might die as a result of this law not being passed. My liberties and my comfort is being infringed. I mean, you can say completely irrelevant metaphors that are like 1,000 times exaggerated all you want, it's not gonna make any point. It's worth calling the exterminators, even though your house is gonna stink for a while of chemicals, if there is cockroach infestation in it. That's how I would put it. And what you're doing is going all like, oh, my house is gonna stink. I don't want to do it. The cockroaches are fine. No one's gonna care. They're gonna live on their own eventually. It does not make that point because completely different, you know, numbers and circumstances. Burning down a house because of a spider is a completely different proportion from not letting people walk after 9 because of large, like thousands of people dying. In a small country, maybe it's not thousands, but if a percentage is enough that, you know, in America, 500,000 people can die. That's more than enough. Like, you will not be able to convince me that you not being able to walk after 9 is worth even like 10 people potentially dying. That's just not an argument that you can make to me that I will agree with. Oh, so it's fine if sick or old people die then, or what? What are you trying to say there? New zone? No, different place of old zone. Jesus! Honestly, like from a distance, looking at your arguments, it sounds like you're being extremely selfish and trying to excuse it by going on like, oh, but it's an abuse of power. It would lead to authoritarianism when you're just bothered by a minor infraction on your comfort. That's how it looks like. I mean, health people die too. Health people die too. There's just a smaller chance. Again, how would you like define? You're saying all these things, but how would you, on the level of legality, define? Okay, you're a healthy person. Do you have a paper proving that you're a healthy person? Everyone's gonna go out in the streets and people are gonna have to check everyone's papers proving they're a healthy person, or what? That's ridiculous. I mean, people die of old age, of course, but, you know, their numbers are pretty different. Are the people in the barrels? There might be people in the barrels. Ah, tomb. Nice. Anyway. I mean, in a perfect world, of course, there could be some magical system to determine which people are healthy and which people are at risk. And only those people would be restricted. And then a perfect system of immediately knowing, without any possible room for, you know, manipulation, only to restrict things that are actually dangerous and not like, you know, single people walking around or pairs of people walking around. But that is impossible to enforce with any sort of efficiency. Oh shit, of course it doesn't work, it's not a poison. So you have to make some concessions in the end and sacrifice a little bit of comfort for some people to ensure that there's a regulatable way to provide safety for more people. In my opinion, you could just, you know, swallow it and deal with it like a grown-up and not whine about not being able to walk after 9. But no, that's just me. Where the hell is this switch in this level? I guess I pulled that. I don't actually know what that did. Ah, that probably raised the platform or something. Yeah, one of them. Those. Still need one more. I can't really tell what's over there though. Ah, maybe there was more red doors. You know how many rights you already don't have? You are being absolutely ridiculous. So many rights, so many things that you could be doing you already can't do because of the law. One more minor right, it's like fucking panic time because the government is restricting your being outside after 9 o'clock. You're just making it, like, phrasing it in a way that means that I'm okay with the most egregious examples of that, when A, that stuff is already happening and will always happen because that's what the government is for, half of what the government is for, and B, it's a tiny example that is very situationally applied right now in a specific world situation. No, I think you are being ridiculous. It's not abuse of power, it might help, and it costs you nothing important. You're being ridiculous by taking something completely minuscule and unimportant and blowing it up and panicking over nothing. That is why you're being ridiculous. But of course you can phrase it in a way that makes it sound intelligent. You know, it won't fool me. But if it helps you sleep or whatever... Ah, shit. Keep doing it. That's even dumber. Like... How... So basically... It's a Schrodinger's action. And after the fact, you decide whether or not it's gonna be an abuse of power. No, no. I only say it might help because, you know, it might be a dumb thing that they thought would help, but it actually won't. But it sounds like it will help. Because again, a lot of people do big gatherings very late. And that's the most efficient way to prevent that. You cannot just go restrict parties but not restrict single people. I already said why. I already gave an example, a perfectly good example. Like, people could just disperse one by one, and then there would be no way to prove there was any sort of gathering. And it would not be prevented. That already should be enough for you if you thought logically about any of this. Dude, are you just like purposely being retarded here or something? It's not black and white. It's absolutely not black and white. There are levels to everything. Not everything is just on principle, just always bad, even one little part. Just like 1% of something. If it's bad, then 1% cannot be necessary. It's always bad under any... It's like, you know, self-defense. Murder and self-defense. Harming others in self-defense is legal, even though you would categorically say that, you know, murder is wrong. Still, self-defense is a thing. Same here. It's one bad thing when there's a reason to do it. Temporarily, like, especially. You make it sound like that's... I don't know. I think you're being completely ridiculous there. You keep calling it senseless measures where I feel like we've already established, or I have established, after thinking further about it, that it's a pretty good measure. I mean, you can always say that, but that doesn't... If you are not able to see any nuance in anything, that doesn't mean it's not there. Again, kind of mirroring what you said. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. There is nuance to everything in life. And again, have you considered how many rights you already don't have because the government took them? You don't have the right to take people's property, you don't have the right to kill, you don't have the right to threaten people, which is ultimately harmless, but you don't have the right to, I guess I'm assuming you don't have the right to, like, threaten physical violence and stuff like that. You are lacking many, many rights. By your logic, any government at all is by just immediately authoritarianism. Well, you know, doing things that endangers other people in terms of, I mean, not in terms, in times of infection is also an objectively bad thing. No, you are ridiculous. No you, basically, no you. Imagine whining about not being able to walk outside after 9. Even though it might save some lives. Imagine that. Imagine panicking that government is turning into North Korea, or saying that someone is fine with China and North Korea, because some basic, like, minor-ass rule is added during a time of emergency. To the millions of rules you already have. I mean, that's completely normal. After, like, if it's necessary, and especially only during certain times of day, I mean, I would understand if it was never ever, that would be a cause for protest. But fucking late evening, who gives a shit at that point? That's nothing to sacrifice for people's safety. Again, in a perfect world, of course they would somehow be able to magically restrict only the things that actually hurt. Are you just purposefully ignoring this aspect? That you cannot restrict only large gatherings as effectively without sacrificing people being able to walk alone, which is not essential for life after 9 o'clock. Well, I mean, if you can explain to me how it's not for people's safety, then sure, go ahead. If you think that somehow the government could have instead restricted only large gatherings and not single gatherings, then, you know, try to imagine how well that would have worked. It would not have worked. Basically, I've imagined it for you. God damn it, this guy. No, I think you are naive here. I absolutely can differentiate, but you cannot legally establish such things with enough clarity to be able to effectively enforce the law. No. The laws need to be as clear and basic as possible for them to be effective. That's just like a simple-ass fact. I don't know why you're purposefully just ignoring everything I say and trying to make it as if I don't understand the difference. Is that legally, the difference needs to be either just super solidly, without any room for wiggle room, like, defined, which is impossible. And there needs to be no room for loopholes and people to exploit things to be able to just have that not apply to them. I gave you already an example that you're just pretending wasn't there. That you can absolutely have a party and avoid all possible ways for it to be detected. And I'm not saying they're the same thing, I'm just saying that the curfew covers what needs to be covered at a minuscule, insignificant sacrifice that harms no one in any significant way. Just so that it can cover the thing that needs to be covered with a better guarantee that it will actually work. That's very simple. Not really, that's not anything close to what my logic is. No. Crimes are objectively, like, someone is dead, oh shit, I landed on that. Something got stolen, you can prove that. If there was a party at some point and then it dispersed, how are you gonna prove that? How is that law gonna work? No, not really, no. I'm not okay with that on principle. I'm okay with it in a very situational situation. You are just, like, absolutely unable to think in any nuance or think in, you know, shades of gray whatsoever on any issue, looks like. Well, I mean, on this issue, at least. It's like, oh, restrictions bad! Restrictions never justified, restrictions bad! Personal liberty. Ugh. Motherfucker. Dude, are you actually like a 5-year-old Down syndrome idiot? I already explained to you that no, it's not the same, but it's far more effective to prevent parties by using a measure that covers both of those things. How is that still like outside your grasp? I'm answering it. I've answered it like 10 times today already, but you're just like blocking your ears and just ignoring the point. And repeating the same thing. Oh, it's abuse of power. Oh, it's a measure, it's ineffective. Even though you know, when you think about it, it could be pretty effective. Where the fuck was that secret exit thing? Was it on this level even? Yeah, I think it was. I think it was. Here someplace? Oh, yes, that switch, okay. How would you effectively enforce illegal gatherings, though? Like, forbidding that? That only works when it's clear and obvious during the day in public spaces. How can you forbid parties, like private parties or any sort of large party at night, without the police just being able to break in and invade the place? How do you imagine that? You can, of course, you can always just forbid that, but the point is not just kind of forbidding it, but the possibility of effective enforcement of the rule when it's a crucial rule for the situation in the world. Do you really think that people will not be able to just completely circumvent the illegal gatherings rule? That's what I think is completely naive, to think that that law would work. Obviously you can define different things, but the enforcement is the problem. I don't think you can effectively enforce the no big gatherings after 9 o'clock thing. God damn it. Wait, was I already there? I think I might have already been up there. The worst that it could be interpreted as, in my opinion, is not abuse of power, one step like a conspiracy towards make people get used to authoritarian measures, blah blah blah. The worst it could be is a hasty measure where they could have spent longer trying to come up with an effective and realistic and viable way to distinguish and enforce the rule. And instead they decide, you know what, we'll do the easy thing, because it doesn't really cost anyone anything. That's the only thing I can say this could be, as a result of a minor incompetence or rushing or something like that. Unless I see convincing evidence and actually someone sliding down the slippery slope, I'm not gonna assume it is a slippery slope. And of course, in your opinion, if I'm fine with like one step outside in winter, that means I'm fine with finding the slope and sliding down it and, you know, hitting a pit of spikes at the bottom of it, and then in the pit of spikes I'm gonna like give a thumbs up and say I'm fine with this as well, because, you know, I'm fine with walking outside in winter. You cannot have no restrictions, and having some restrictions doesn't mean there's slowly gonna increase forever. I mean, snitching was a thing, but you know how well it went in... if you watch the internet historian videos on the virus, you would see how well snitching programs went over in America, in several cities or states or wherever it was, that people tried to implement, like, hey, tell on your neighbors. If anything, that's fucking like USSR level. Tell if your neighbors are doing some shit, or tell if the people there are doing some shit. I mean, you can report, I guess, but who's gonna report that? And do you think the police force is gonna be enough to investigate every single possible report of that? USSR level is encouraging snitching on people around you, because that is literally what they did. And it's a far more specific name than a curfew. A curfew during, you know, in Germany, blah blah blah. Pretty different. With that, no, because that is not needed and encourages more bad than good. You know, it's good to report crimes, and it's good to encourage people to report crimes, but to encourage snitching, it leads to way too much false allegations and people using this measure against people they don't like. Are you trying to be like, oh, you like one thing and dislike another? That is impossible. You have to dislike everything or like everything at the same time. You cannot differentiate between different things that are different. Are you gonna go there then? Like, I'm not fine with... Surprising to you, because you can only see in black and white. I can be fine with some things that restrict liberties. And I could be not fine with other things that... Imagine that! I could think and analyze specific situations. And not just take one blind principle and try to apply that to everything in life. I know that's a challenge, but that's the smarter way to live. I think, you know, well, I mean, if that's the root of our disagreement, that's better. Because that's just our personal, maybe coming from experience of stupid laws and how well they work. In my experience, laws like that never work unless they are super blanket. In fact, people are afraid of laws that are super blanket for this exact reason, that, you know, more things that should could fall under said blanket. But in this case, only things that aren't really that important fall under the blanket of this temporary law. And I would say that weighing the upsides and downsides, barring any possible, like, expectations that are not based on anything but your opinion, expectations of where this will lead eventually. Barring that, if you completely, you know, ignore that line of thinking, just like trying to predict the future, this specific measure, weighing good and bad, in my personal opinion, with how well it would go if you try to make more specific laws, it would be fine. I don't think a specific law would work even remotely as well as a curfew would. Also, didn't lots of places have curfews? I feel like a lot of people have had curfews since the start of COVID. Hey, Crystal. I mean, I don't know, Hazmati, democracy isn't just like inherently the best answer for everything. A lot of... Do you think, like, with every law they ask everyone? That's pretty silly. First of all, a lot of things are not decided by the people. The point is that, you know, democracy doesn't work quite like that. That can only work in very small communities. Democracy works by you choosing people every once X years that you trust to make the decisions for you that you would agree with. That's how you can make it a globally working system, as far as I understand, at least. Look at me talking about politics as if I understand anything about it, but still, that's how I understand it. Mostly the laws and things, you know, especially, it would be... Imagine if you would put up to vote the necessity of wearing masks in the subway or something. Imagine if you put that up to vote. What percentage of the population would you say would say yes, make us wear masks? I would say like 1%, less than a percent would say yes, make us wear masks. They didn't ask people. And yet people are obligated to wear masks in the subway and such. And you know, it's slightly uncomfortable, especially in summer. It makes it a bit hotter. But if enough people are wearing masks, it drastically lowers the, you know, the spread of the disease. Because when you breathe out or cough or sneeze or anything, your bacteria don't just fly all over the place. And so you don't infect others. And some bacteria flying towards you are also caught by the mask. It's not a total measure, but it's a good step towards more safety. No one asked people. But I think, you know, protesting the masks is dumb. This is a slightly, for you apparently, slightly more inconveniencing measure as well. Well, this is no different. Like, if you can punish people, how is it different? I mean, I guess maybe for you it's a big deal to, you know, walk after 9. But to me, if I was, you know, either not allowed to walk outside after 9 or be made to wear a mask in public, like transport and whatnot, I would no doubt just choose to not go, because I already don't go out after 9 usually. But you know, the curfew thing just seems like it's inconveniencing you way more, or at least you take a bigger offense to it than masks. Where I would say it's maybe like a less helpful measure overall, but it's still a pretty helpful measure if it works right. Really? Because it sounded like you really needed it like all the time. That's even weird that you would be so adamant about it if it doesn't even affect you personally. Oh well. I mean, you know, in the end it's a combination of very little things that we disagree on, based on our personal like opinions and experiences and whatnot and preferences. But sometimes such things culminate in very big differences in opinion that are unfathomable, and both sides to the other seem completely ridiculous. So I wanna apologize for the harsh warnings that I have started employing after about like 40 minutes of this. Jesus. And I did not mean that you are a literal idiot, but that the culmination of the difference of our life experiences and opinions have led to us having a big disagreement on something just by chance. Yeah. You know, like another thing, in the perfect world, I would be perfectly patient. But, you know, I take solace in the fact that even in the end, we managed to, you know, go back to civility instead of just being mortal internet enemies forever. Imagine if we tried to discuss this on Twitter, how well that would have gone. Shit. Okay, also this is, I'm just like fucking walking around left and right, but that there over there is a secret level. So that's nice. What did I do to open the tomb? I forgot. I guess it was one of the slightly hidden switches. I am only on that shit platform for posting that that one video. You know the one. And I since only done one more thing on that, and that is retweeted her tweet because PayPal locked her funds for 5 months. And she was like, "What the fuck, PayPal?" And someone in reply said, "Hey, people, retweet that. Maybe it will increase the chance of PayPal seeing this." And I'm like, "Okay, well, that sounds helpful. I'm gonna do it." Jesus, yes. In other news, PayPal fucking sucks. That has like 500 plus views, actually. It was steadily increasing over time, so way better than my normal videos, and like 50 something likes. I'm actually very upset that I was not able to follow up with highlights from episodes 2 and further. Jesus, more. But at the time I didn't really have the time to try to do the same thing. And also those other streams were a bit more low-key than the first one. So not quite as easy to arrange the material. And I wasn't confident I would be able to do something as good or better. And so I kind of quietly dropped it. Maybe, you know, I'll think of something else to do in the future. When she does Doom 2, that'll be a good reason to make an attempt again. But yeah, compared to my usual, that video was hella successful. And I think in the analytics it actually says that it like some percentage came from like recommends by YouTube itself and not from just links. So apparently even me, yeah, well, I mean, apparently even me, YouTube is willing to recommend if I make something hot enough for what's popular today. What do you call it, like in vogue, or what's the phrase for that, like currently relevant? I should make the thing I wanted to make. I wanted to make, see, because I could benefit from having like a human-shaped model to use in potential games in the future. So I would technically benefit from making like a simple human-shaped character, trying to make it well enough. And then I could just add the costume and like render sprites of mint and make like a Doom follower. You know, maybe you've seen that there are like mods for Doom that add companions, like Isabel or someone from Undertale. I think there was the same person did that. I don't care because Undertale shit. But when the whole Isabel thing, Animal Crossing and Doom, was kind of blowing up a little bit around the release of Eternal, someone made the mod that... So I kind of want to make a mod that just adds, if you open the console and write summon mint, that it would spawn just like an actor character that will walk around and shoot enemies alongside you, like many companion mods out there. That would be neat. It should be easy as well. But then again, you know, I also wanted to make a mod where you place Donkey Kong and throw barrels at enemies, so that didn't happen, but it might still happen. Yeah, kind of like, well, less like follow me and more it's like, I don't know if friendly NPCs, I don't know how much control you have over friendly actors in the Doom. You can probably make them follow you, but that could be a bit too much effort for me, so if I made it, it would probably just like unleash it and she would just walk around, shoot everyone and then get lost and suck. No, not following, just playing. I was, you know, thinking that in the first person you would see like the barrel, and to attack you would just like chuck this barrel that would roll and just kill everything in its path, or fucking throw it away. If it's a big enemy, it wouldn't die, but instead be like thrown away or something. And so instead of anything fast, you would just have different barrels that you need to slowly pick up from the floor and then throw at people. You wouldn't even be able to like carry them as ammo. There would just be a lot of barrels in the levels, and you would need to approach one, pick it up, and then be able to throw it. Kind of like in Donkey Kong Country. That's what I wanted to make for some... I don't even remember why, honestly. Oh yeah, I've got this weapon now. But to make a Donkey Kong follow you, I would have to have the full Donkey Kong model, which I don't. Actually, you say that, but I think you must have seen, I'm walking just back and forth like a unfocused. I guess I have two main directions. I need to find the robes of the spiral for this, probably here somewhere, and I have the secret level, which I'm trying to decide where to go right now. I guess I'm gonna go here for a bit, after I find more portals to other levels. I might have mentioned before that as a kid I used to draw a lot of like game ideas in large notebooks, and I would draw screenshots and just like enemy lists, weapon lists, or whatever, level plans. stuff like that. Basically, whatever was interesting to draw, I would draw. And one of the game, and a lot of those were just sequels to real games that I enjoyed. And so there was absolutely Donkey Kong Country like 5 or something in there. I had a couple sequels or one of them or something. Maybe it was Donkey Kong Country 3D or Donkey Kong 3D. And I had like regular platforming side-scrolling country sequels for countries. Actually, that had some of my best art. But I also had the concept for like a first-person 3D Donkey Kong game. And the thing I can remember the most out of it is that for some reason, when I tried to think of what I would need to put in the HUD, you know, like old school DOS RPGs where the play screen is like this big and the screen full of just HUD and information is like 10 times the size. That's how it ended up looking. Because apparently I needed like all the information in the HUD and with large text denoting what the information is. So like lives, health, level number, how many enemies are left or what. I don't actually remember what all the information was, but just tons of it. And it's like the fucking monumental HUD that took 3/4 of the screen. And that's what I do for a concept of a Donkey Kong first person. And the environment that you could see in that tiny window, it was like if you saw like a cartoon where they tried to just draw a fake video game. Like, you know, in the 100 Dalmatians movie, they had like this fake game where a dog was just running forward through obstacles. And basically it was just like a path in a perfectly flat field in my thing, not in the movie with that game. In my thing, all I bothered to draw of the environment was just like a literally angular path in a perfectly flat grass field. And I think at some point the path became like a dock. So the perfectly flat grass field became the perfectly flat, slightly lower ocean field. Anyway, so this is the next big level, so I'm gonna go to the secret level then. I'm not even gonna look in what that level is. Let's see something new. I've spent too much time in the red zone. And this one I don't know, actually. I've done, at this point... ooh, what the hell is that? At this point I have done 3 levels, plus there's the HUD. Let's see, I can actually... Phoenix Essence, I wonder if this lets me like walk on lava or something. Let's try to calculate. In the first hub there was... docks, the little swampy thing with the circular structure. Super Swamp. Lava Place. Boss zone, so like 5 levels I think more or less in the secret one. In the second hub there was Willowwood, Monastery, Clock Tower, Treasury, the Winter Place, and the last zone. Like 6. I'm guessing, I don't know in terms of levels, probably like around 5 or something. They might be different size, different numbers, what I don't know. But I would say we're close to half. Phoenix Chapel. Cool. That sounded like the melody, some melody from Ocarina of Time there. Dun 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 dun. So I would say we're like around half, and after this it's probably gonna be like an awkward 1.5 streams to finish this. Man, this one's gonna be wild, because for a long period of this Heretic WOD thing level, we are discussing current day issues and politics and calling each other retards. It's gonna be a very interesting thing to put on YouTube. Well, it would have been more interesting if I had an actual like audience there, but still. Yeah, true. Everyone on Twitch acts like a celebrity in that they pretend they know shit about shit. And I guess everyone has opinions. And some people have the self-confidence to consider their less than informed opinions very solid and based. I feel like my opinions are like about 35% informed, which is not the worst, but could be better. But I usually don't think about politics that much. I just kind of go with the flow. I also kind of skipped answering your thing about Putin, where that is literally the case of I don't like a lot of stuff that has been happening law-wise, but mostly the stuff that affects me, like internet restrictions. Even though that honestly, like, I've already forgotten that was a thing, because it's like so thoughtlessly and easily circumvented these days. I don't even remember that there used to be internet restrictions that affected me in any way. And if what people say about him is true, then I don't like that, like the things he apparently does. But I don't know how based in truth it is. And, you know, I'm feeling less informed than just making a general... In theory, basically, depending on how true... If the bad things people say about him are true, then I'm against that and him. But I just go with the flow with my life, and I don't have opinions because I never bother to, like, look into things. Trade restrictions. I have no idea. There might be. There might be some, like, tariffs regarding imported stuff, some stuff. Honestly, it's one of those things. You know, prices are always rising. It's bad. I don't know why they're rising. If they could be rising less, blah blah blah. Because I find that if you start looking into that thing before it starts affecting you in a noticeable way, you're not going to be able to change anything, but you're going to get depressed. So I found a way to cope with whatever horrors are actually going on in the country by not paying enough attention and not trying to start a small business, because apparently that's like the hardest thing to do in Russia. Or I don't know. Or be some sort of, like, minority that people say are like, hated. Even though, honestly, like, you don't really... I don't think you are in... I mean, no. I'm not going to make any judgments on that. Especially in, like, smaller towns and cities. But, you know... I'd wager that some people exaggerate the danger. Because some people exaggerate everything, so that's pretty much always a fair thing to say, that some people exaggerate. Yeah, well, honestly, it's difficult, because I have long accepted that I'm just gonna be an onlooker in the world of politics and global, like, fates of the world, obviously. And so my stance, to save my own nerves, is, you know, to try to do the best with the card I've been dealt. As soon as it goes overboard with things that I completely disagree with, maybe I'll, you know, if the COVID is over by then, I'll start to consider maybe, like, fucking moving somewhere else. But you would have to go way, way worse than right now. Just prevent me from doing the things that I actually want to do, which is not too many things. But they are kind of hinging on having the global communication with everyone, with the world at large, and that being unrestricted. If we start doing some fucking, like, Russia exclusive limited internet, then I'm gonna be like, fuck this shit. I think the contrary, because I pretty much doubt that moving out of Moscow is gonna make anything better at any point in my life. Though, if I didn't have to work, I think and I also had, like, the hardware for it, I think I would spend more time in the summer house, in the dacha, whatever, if I did not have to work. Because I kind of enjoy, actually, like, the big city. I don't really like people compared to not having people, but at the same time, there's some comfort in being, like, in the center of the country, where anything you might need you can find here. And yellow key, I guess that's the fourth thing, yes. And there being, like, just like hundreds of random people every day, being amongst all the people I don't know, living everywhere. So I kind of like have some comfort from being used to living in the big city. But before used to be, I used to almost dream of just permanently moving to the dacha and living in nature, closer to nature. Also, if I was to move out, I don't know. Probably, honestly, just like Canada or America. If America got its shit together, America is like, you know, I would have been more confident like 5 years ago, maybe. Right now, oh boy, I will have to wait and see how things develop. But I've always wanted to at least like look at America personally. Not like that much, but I kind of wanted to. Like, it's the one place where hypothetically, if I were to travel, that I would want to travel. Wait a second. Can I go anywhere? I'm lost because I'm thinking of things instead of paying attention to the level. Right. Was there anything on this? Is this locked? I guess it is. Wait, is this secret level completely just locked on until I have the yellow key? Well, I mean, Canada doesn't seem like it's colder than Russia. This was where the thing was. Yeah, so I think I'm actually kind of locked out of most of this level without the yellow key, so I'm gonna go back and do the real levels then, I suppose. Wait, where is the entrance again? Oh, I have the key for this. Ooh, Phoenix Road, hell yes. I don't have many rockets for it, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna see if I find the yellow key in some other level. America, I would like, I don't know, just like experience different parts of America. I want to live, like, not live, but experience maybe like for a week or a month life in all the different parts. Right now I'm just playing American Truck Simulator a lot and looking at stuff. But also America is steadily moving away from what I liked about the idea of America and like seeing it from movies and such, and back in the old days, the internet and everything. Right now it seems like a nightmare hellscape where just like you have to go along with so much pretense that you disagree with just to be able to exist with all the same opportunities like afforded to you as everyone, like services and whatnot. Yeah. Wait, is it flying through him for some reason? Is he a ghost? I guess no, I was just shooting over, I forgot the no thing. I don't know, just being more relaxed about dumb shit, I would say. Not ideas specifically, but like, basically... Okay, this opens. You know, the whole thing with like being more sensitive, the whole like PC gun mad thing, which is, you know, some parts of being considered to people is fine, but there is just like literally gun mad aspects in there. Also, I mean, yeah, I guess just largely that. There was dumb shit in the 90s as well, but it just felt more, you know, just free, if I were to sound really cheesy. Free-spirited. Maybe that's just from like movies and shit. Honestly though, there are so many things in America that are so different from Russia that I would have to really adjust for a while. Like fucking taxes. Fucking taxes. Apparently it's like a giant thing that you have to fill tons of forms and keep track of all your expenses and whatchamacallits, the opposite. Gains? Earnings? Oh, yet, interesting. Here, the like yearly tax, they just tell us how much we need to pay and we click a couple times and we pay it. Ah. Wait, portals are revealed across 3 worlds. That means I will have to return to RGB land. Interesting. Okay, I see. Audience chamber, huh? Well, it looks like we're not gonna be able to quite progress too much here until after later. But, you know, I'm curious what will happen to America. And some aspects to the world as well, because a bunch of things they do affect the whole world. I'm really curious where things will go. And I'm kind of thankful that I don't live there and I live somewhere where I can afford to be a passive observer. And possibly be safe from some of the insanity. Which is kind of ridiculous. I did not think that, you know, it would feel so much freer living in Russia than America, but here we are. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, out of the two sides, the 3 hearts and stuff, okay. What was up with the robes, though? Where do I get that? Oh, shit. The thing is that out of the two sides, one has the backing of all the, like, internet companies and corporations and social media companies and such. And the other has a lot of, whatchamacallit, like, feeling indignant, basically, indignant. And righteous rage. And stupid things that don't help. So it's kind of like GTA 5 impotent rage. Okay, anyway, apparently we're going to RGB again. So I'm gonna go to green, because that's the one we haven't seen today yet. So I think there are so many Life 1? When did this happen? How long have I been running around with Life 1? Armor 5, I can go get that shield now. But we'll see basically what will actually happen and what people are gonna do and how the thing is gonna shift. Because it's kind of crazy how the two sides have such exaggerated views of things that, like, for example, you know the concept of the Overton window, right? How, like, what is normal perception, the public perception of what is normal can be shifted to one side or the other, towards one side or the other, so more extremes of that side seem more normal and the other side seems more extreme, you know, that whole thing. And both sides honestly believe that the Overton window is moving away from them, or yeah, away from them, I think. Yeah, that's right. Which, you know, I am not gonna attempt to make a judgment on which is true, because I would be, and everyone would be, very biased. And honestly, part of me thinks like maybe Overton window as a concept just doesn't make any fucking sense, because everyone has their own biases based on where they, you know, their personal bubble where they have positioned themselves with other people who think the same. And so their biased opinions are gonna be blown up. Okay, there goes my 1 health. Well, yeah, but you know, people on that side genuinely believe that the Overton window has been shifting to the right, which is kind of really now. But from what I've been able to see from things that both people say, I feel like, as I said before, I don't want to be like all Pop Smolnakolov enlightened centrist or anything, or make big judgments about politics in a country I don't live in, and I have very limited exposure to things that really happened, and I just choose to trust some people more than others on what seems more real. I don't really like investigate, look at sources, look at footage or evidence or anything, because I'm lazy. I don't give a shit enough. But what was I saying? So basically it feels to me like both sides are imagining like a fucking cartoonish caricature boogeyman of the other side, and both sides have some good points, and based on the cartoonish caricature boogeyman they believe the other side to be, they are exaggerating their own response far more than it needs to be, and it is only validating the opinion of the other side about them, and it's just like whoop, 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 you know, what do we call this, like, escalates. Basically it escalates because everyone thinks the other side is the devil, and then they do more in order to combat the devil, and then the devil thinks that, oh shit, they are going even more extreme, we must make a response. Is this what opened? I guess there was a door here that I forgot about. And I feel like if I lived in America, I would not be able to be any sort of like side observer like that. I would probably, depending on where I lived, what sort of people I lived with, my, you know, upbringing, I would probably firmly fall into one or the... Then again, there are like moderate people in there, but still, I feel like it would have been very easy for me to have fallen into one side or the other, like fully, and just be as biased as I think they are. Hey, Mike. 9. On the lower level, but thank you anyway. I am very real, as you can see by this undoctored footage, not pre-recorded. Also, you're... Dude, you should have been here like an hour ago. Hazmati and me were going at each other's throats about politics. In his country. Still, though. And now we've kissed and hugged and made love. Not made love, made up. No, I didn't mean made love, I meant made up. Oh, Hippocat's here too. I guess he was part of... That's why he wasn't here. Sorry, Hazmati, it's Freudian slip. Just like I accidentally said an N-word early... Well, not earlier, but during one of the now permanently gone DDLC streams. Day, yes. It's a very day. Okay, I'm glad this doesn't hurt. But the more important thing is that portals to other worlds have appeared in the other 3 worlds, or whatever it was that it said. But the takeaway is that it's not going to be much more to these levels. It's just going to be 3 more levels after them. So, you know, green is already done once again. Fuck. So, now we're on to something new from green. I don't know why I bother saving before level change. Oh, shit. Is this... Let me see something. Huh? I'm sorry, what? Huh? Huh? Okay, I see how it works. Hey, Pizband LP. So I see how this works. This is mildly confusing. I kind of, you know what? Now I kind of want to do some preparations here. So, doesn't, well, I mean, it has pixels. So, in that sense, I guess it kind of does. But that's kind of it. Yeah. So apparently, in each of these, it didn't really matter which one. I can get away with only doing one of these levels, but I want to clear them out. So in each of the RGB levels, there's a little additional section now opened, where we get the portal to the next like triad of levels that are all connected at the entrance, and from them you can get to each of them. There's like the RGB portals. But if you take the RGB portal of the color that you're already in the level, that takes you to the first RGB level, you know what I mean. Mini Spider, die, and burn in hell. Where the hell is there gonna be new stuff on this level? I just accidentally stumbled on. Wait, wasn't there a big door? I don't remember where the hell it might have been, but there was a big door somewhere. There was that whole, like, liquid river. Let me reorient myself a bit. Yeah, up there. Up there. Okay? I'm not sure I remember the... Already I forgot the place that, you know, is before that, but I'm just gonna go there. I'm just gonna see. Okay, so I think it's up there. Jesus, this was so long ago. This whole level was spent arguing about politics, so I have very spotty memory of the layout. Well, Typica does think this game is actually interesting, beats up and the LP, so... But, you know, it's kind of like a... First of all, it's a custom level, so it's a mod. But, to begin with, Heretic is like a slightly worse fantasy reskin of Doom. And when I say slightly worse, I mean that it feels a bit more tedious and less satisfying to play. But this WoD is like higher octane levels and more exploration. And bringing stuff from Hex and whatnot. But basically Heretic is like a slightly altered Doom. But a lot of just like straight from Doom, like weapons. They do pretty much what Doom weapons do with some exceptions. So if you like Doom, you might enjoy Heretic a bit less, but still enjoy it. Unless you like Doom for very specific things that Heretic misses. So, I mean, it's possible. Shit, I keep forgetting which is the which weapon, but apparently I just wasted my last rocket. I liked the atmosphere in Heretic always, but, you know, also I found out, beating Heretic on Black Plague, that the challenge is probably greater than Doom overall. Though, arguably in some parts more annoying. But I feel like Heretic on Black Plague is harder than Doom on UV, but maybe that's just me not being as used to Heretic as I am to Doom. It's very possible. Because that was literally my first time beating the whole game. But because there's like more enemies and more shit flying everywhere on Black Plague, difficulty in Heretic than there ever gets in Doom, in my opinion. But also at the same time there are no hit scanners. But also at the same time some enemies have way more annoying like projectiles, like triple projectiles of the little mage guys, the purple guys, or the homing little skulls of the much more numerous golems compared to revenants. And Heretic has, you know, advantages and disadvantages over Doom you could list for a long time. The stuff that's important for me is that the setting is cool, but not as consistently cool because I don't like the third episode, how it was realized. It could have been more cooler if they did something differently. But the first and second episodes I feel like very atmospheric, on par with Doom Hell. First episode is more like Doom tech base, but, you know, medieval town. But still it's like foggy overcast mountains. The second episode is pretty much like Doom Hell almost. Only without the like weird random shit, more just like some of the more normal hell levels, like Slow of Despair. Or whatchamacallit, like Limbo or some shit, I don't know. No, maybe not Limbo. Maybe Mount Erebus? Slightly, without the fire blue. But the biggest thing about the overall feel is that the weapons feel weaker, enemies feel stronger and like more annoying while being less cool. It's like this shit, this little tiny unimpressive shit is like the last enemy you get, I think. And one of the big like mini boss type enemies, like a cyber demon. I guess cyber demon is the Molitor, but a cyber demon level like mini boss enemy that you rarely see is just a giant floating skull. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is how we get to here, and now I'm gonna go do the red. I'm gonna do the red extra scene real quick. I'm just doing for no reason, absolutely. I'm actually kind of prolonging this playthrough by doing this, but I want to like kill all the enemies in places where I can accidentally show up due to like accidentally stepping into a portal or something. Just like doing a little bit of completionism here that's maybe unnecessary, but it's not very long. 4 rockets, it might be. I've never established it well enough how much what it takes. Maybe it's one of those things where it's way more randomized than in Doom, and so it like varies more. I don't know if it's possible that in Heretic there is a reliably consistent number of things you need to shoot someone with to kill them. Okay, so where was the... Purely south. Nah. Oh wait, no, I guess I could go through here. This is the quickest way in there. Commodore 64 Windows XP. Well, also sorry, I missed. Actually, I just a lot of new messages at the same time. Ah, Baron of Hell, yeah. Well, you know, Baron of Hell with attacks that can be as dangerous as a Cyber Demon, I would say. Because the tornado can trap you in a situation where you just get killed. And the fire and the ice can do a lot of damage to you as well. But, yeah, I think this, like, late 90s to late 90s to early 2000s is probably my favorite gaming era overall. Though there are more recent... What the fuck is that? There are more recent games that I really like as well. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a new enemy that's apparently only in this level. Sure, I'll take it. Ah. Well, I have absolutely no love towards arcade games specifically, only, you know, I like some of them that were ported to consoles that I got to play. But I overall much prefer PC gaming over console gaming. Not least because literally just sitting close to a monitor feels more immersive to me than sitting afar on like a chair. And also because I dislike controllers, I like keyboard and mouse. And PC traditionally has games that you need to like focus on more and put, I wouldn't say put more effort in, but just like they demand more attention of you. And console games tend to be, or you know, after some generation, at some point the console games have become a bit more like on the casual side, I would say, or streamlined, that kind of shit that I don't like in games. You know, the typical thing, what you think of as consolification of games. Most of the aspects that fall under consolification are stuff that I don't like in games, so you know, makes sense for me to not prefer consoles. Right, I still have healing. I forgot about that. Oh, I have full of this, I'm gonna use this for a bit. Though I am, like, old PC games were probably the most bullshit games in existence. And I also have like a line earlier than which I'm not interested anymore. It's kind of a blurry line because a lot of the games I like were for DOS originally, but a lot of those games I really don't like, or they are just uninteresting to me. So it's kind of arbitrary on a per game basis. And honestly, even when it comes to shooters, like, in the end, with how much I'm all about Doom, I still like Quake 1 more than Doom. And to me, like, okay, now let's go into the canonically first thing that I've entered. I still like Arcane Dimensions for Quake, in my opinion, is the perfect culmination of like old school shooter experience. Better than old Dooms, better than new Dooms. Better than base Quake in some ways, in many ways. And better than any other old school shooter or new shooter trying to simulate old school shooters. It's like everything I want almost, or maybe not even almost. It's literally just like giant sprawling levels where you regularly have to find your way further to progress and get lost. There's no regenerating anything. There are some respawning items here and there, but still. And just everything that I like about old school shooters. And pretty much nothing that I don't. Though, you know what? That statement, I have absolutely no opinion on whether or not I agree, because pacing to me is almost meaningless. I dislike when pacing is too quick. But I cannot think of a single game that, over the course of my entire life, that I thought was too long or too slow. Because I like long games and I like games with slow pacing. It's just fine. So I just like short games and things that are over fast and stories that are like rapidly told and are over before you know it. Or just when too much happens in a short amount of time. But I can appreciate it. So I don't feel like Doom drags on whatsoever. And I don't really feel anything about Quake that is superior to Doom in terms of pacing, because that's literally just not something I pay attention to or notice. What I like more about Quake is just literally it's more dynamic, because it's faster, it's real 3D, so there's like more degrees of freedom to everything that's happening. And it just feels overall faster without being like you know, like Doom Eternal can be fast in obnoxious ways. But in Quake it's just like you can approach it slowly, but there's a lot of like twitch movements and stuff like that, and not just like rushing all the time, just running around like in the new Dooms. Not that kind of speed, or enemies being faster, you being like particularly fast as a player. But there's a lot of just like really quick that you do when you dodge stuff in Quake. And I feel like the ogres with their grenade launchers are kind of like one of the big and first examples of that. I don't know, I can't really think of anything like that in Doom that would annoy me. If anything, I feel like Quake enemies can sometimes take more shots than it feels like they should, while Doom enemies are nearly perfect in that way. But Quake also has way less enemies overall, I guess, but I don't know if in any base Doom games, like Doom 1, 2 or 64, if there are any fights where I felt it dragged on. Oh, well, fuck episode 4, I haven't even beaten episode 4. That doesn't count, it's not canon. Episode 4 is kind of like over the top exception. Honestly, even with Heretic, with everything I said about things feeling weaker and enemies feeling stronger in like boring ways and annoying ways sometimes, and just taking more hits. Even in Heretic, it doesn't really feel like there are super big fights that drag on. I've never felt... Dude, I am like a Serious Sam fan. If I... I guess, Painkiller. You know what? Painkiller drags on a little bit. I was gonna say, if I like the long-ass, big-ass fights in Serious Sam, there's no way I would be annoyed by slow-paced fights. But then I remembered Painkiller, because that's like one shooter which is maybe too slow-paced for me overall, because you just get locked in every step of the way, every like turn of a corridor. And let's kill the same 1 or 2 enemy types with these tedious as hell weapons. Yeah, I'm one of those weirdos that does like weapons in Painkiller. Or really much of anything apart from the just like overall atmosphere and visual design and stuff. And some music tracks, like a few music tracks are good. Honestly, in many ways, like Doom rides on nostalgia for me a lot. But objectively, if we take as a series, I would say... No, as a series it's impossible, because Quake just fucking veers off into the abyss after Quake 1. Basically, Quake 1 and the Serious Sam series, to me, I would say objectively I enjoy more. Most Serious Sam games, maybe less, like 2, but 3 and 4 definitely. I enjoy more than like the usual level, the general level of enjoyment from Doom games. If we try to get rid of the nostalgia factor. Custom levels for Serious Sam overall are not quite as reliably enjoyable as Doom levels though, because they always try to change up the formula too much. No one really makes Serious Sam levels that are all about just like classic Serious Sam gameplay. Everyone makes fucking quests and puzzles and shit. What the fuck happened there? Wow, did he poison himself? No, he got poisoned by the other guy. Cool, I didn't know that could happen. Jesus. But yeah, Doom is fun, and a lot about it is really good. And for some reason, I'm just like identify as a Doom fan first and foremost. But also, like when you go with nostalgia and like very personal subjective preference, fucking Turok almost has more than Doom for me, if you think about it. Turok 1 to 3. I don't know if I will be able to choose, if I had to choose to pick between Doom and Turok 1 to 3. Doom is a series, I mean, maybe excluding the new ones. I can get rid of the new ones, no problem. But like 1 to 3 plus 64 Dooms versus Turok's 1 to 3. I don't know. It's sketchy. Okay, this is a terrible weapon for this situation. Come on out here. This has way too much of a spread. But you know, we made it work. I have no rockets still. I guess I don't really have anything too strong. Yeah. Also, speaking of Cacodemons with the shotgun, you know that part in Hellkeep where you have to kill 1 or 2 Cacodemons with a pistol? I didn't really mind that either, I'll be honest. Because that just felt appropriate for the last episode and just feeling like difficult in a way that was not actually like impossibly difficult, but it just feels like overwhelming at first. And I gotta do what? Especially when you're young, as I was. I was like, wow, I'm gonna have to kill Cacodemons with a pistol. This is crazy. Like. Honestly, Cacodemons are on the weaker side. If you said like Mancubi or Barons with a shotgun, that is... ah, shit. That is a bit more egregious. I hope it doesn't come to that in Shitaha, because I didn't really give a lot of strong weapons at the start. But I start putting fucking Mancubi and Arachnotrons and such. Well, not many of them, but like 1 in every other room. No, not really. 1 in every like 5th room maybe. I have not even tried to see if it turns out tedious. But you know, balancing and gameplay is far off with Shitaha. For some reason I have a very ridiculous approach to making Doom levels, where I just make the environment and the levels and the layout and the progression of the level without any gameplay in it, and like minor considerations of where maybe I'll put this enemy here in the future. And then after all that, I go through and I put all the enemies in and slightly alter it when needed to make something work. But very minor alterations. Maybe I'll change my approach for like the second half. The levels where you're expected to have way more challenge. Because in Doom you can have a lot of I mean, for me at least, who prefers that kind of gameplay, a lot of challenge can just come from non-linearity and scarce resources. What? But at some point you're gonna have to move towards actually like challenging fight setups. Maybe without like unfair ambushes, because I don't really want to ever make those, but you know, some scripted fights where you have to actually like play good. Maybe. I don't know if the whole megawatt can go on literally just... That's an interesting thing. Go on all literally just like attrition and starvation. Hey, there's the big old bull weapon. This is all poison, right? I'm gonna try. Hopefully I can jump over. Yes. I was afraid I would get blocked by a stalker in there. Okay, now I got to remember to use this from time to time. Because it's a cool weapon that one-shots a bunch of things that are annoying. Lol. Yeah. Is it kind of weird that these guys also dropped this particular mana? I never really understood why the priests, the cultists, whatever they are in the first place, dropped this, but the green ones and the purple ones, doesn't it feel like they should drop different things? Also nice life there. At some point I'm gonna use an amulet and just go down there and clear up, but for now I'm gonna try to get by with just like jumping over shit. And hoping that they don't block me. That's not gonna hit. His hitbox is tiny. Okay, fine. Oh no, he noticed me now. What the hell is up with that? Is that guy don't... You know, okay. He probably could have hit me still, but they didn't. It's weird, but this weapon somehow feels stronger than the Hell Staff, whatever. The red plasma gun. Probably because just like individual shots seem stronger than individual projectiles of that. Oh what? What was that? And also it's like a tier 2 weapon, which sets your expectations lower than what it actually is capable of. Okay, time to... Time to do this, I suppose. Was there ever a secret behind the waterfall in this wood? I hope to God there better have been. I feel like there was maybe in like the first episode. But it was visible. I think it was like a half-transparent waterfall wall and there was just a switch behind it. And not a cave or anything cool like that. Huh? Okay. Good thing my reaction time is freaking godly. I'm able to just immediately react and hit those guys when they come up. Okay, I think we're largely done with it, unless something opens. Try to raise one of the platforms. Okay, I see. Yeah, I think we're largely done with the asset. Now, where was I? Oh, hi. I guess I can afford to run on the asset now. Nothing. Fairly sure I've got at least one more amulet, so I feel like that was overall a good use. Getting rid of all those stalkers that would have annoyed me from the sidelines during the whole level. Squadala! Don't those guys feel a bit out of place compared to... We already have like mage cultists. Proper mage cultists. Oh wow, that's a switch. Cool. I guess it probably lowers the straight. Also, they are like the weakest enemy. Almost on gargoyle level. Another one. And of course then there's the freaking blood sounds. Oh shit. That guy was just lit up by the torches. He looked like a champion version of the regular monster, like from Diablo or something. I don't know what that did, but I'm assuming it did something good. So when do buttons ever do bad things? crown thingy. I wonder what the hell that is. It looks like it could be something that uses... Maybe it's a big white mana, or maybe it's the weapon that uses white mana. Segment of Soul Verge. Maybe it's some sort of ultimate weapon that is collected piece by piece, like in Hexen. Interesting. Maybe that's what uses the black slash white slash whichever mana. Jesus. You don't do that, you don't sneak up on people like that, you piece of shit. Go away. I wish you could dissipate all these clouds by shooting them. If I ever make FPS slash third PS slash whatever enemies that like leave behind trails of fire or clouds or whatever, I will always... Huh? Oh, up there. I see. I will always make it so that you can shoot through it and dissipate those clouds by with any weapon. Okay, question, how do you... Is there any crit that lowers if you press on it? As far as I remember, I'm not allowed... Oh, hey, there we go. As far as I remember, I'm not allowed to jump. That's a skull. Amethyst skull. I mean, sure. I guess I can put it on that statue that I said interesting and made this sound towards... I thought it was an Easter egg in tribute to start date, but apparently it was not. Hey, another amulet. Anti-acid. Nice, quartz flask. No, that guy can stay. I don't really mind that he exists. No, actually I kinda mind, because from down here I can't go back in the middle. Neither can I go in the middle from here. Do I have to take some teleport, or... Wait, how do I even come here? What? Turn around a little bit. Okay, I come from here. Do I have to run all the way around and get into that teleport on the other side now? Use another amulet. Or is there a proper way up somewhere just here? There probably is. I don't think I need... Yeah, I can live with this. I'll probably end up with some extra amulets, but... Doorway in the hidden cave. Oh, fuck off with this shit. I guess that's the hidden cave. Unless that's a part of where I could have already been. It's like there. Well, hopefully we'll find out. We've got the map scroll. Oh, wait, cannot quite yet. Jeebus, this is strong. Well, I'm gonna assume, just by the color of this room. Yeah. This is like Metal Gear levels of foul smog. Maybe it was too early for me to go here. Considering this doesn't open. Did I say... Yeah, I guess I did. Weird. I thought that was required to... Huh. I thought that would be required to raise the last pillar up, but apparently not. Or I just haven't yet figured out how to progress there. Then we'll go to that little circular room, which doesn't actually look like it has a switch in it. Maybe it's that the dock thing. Is that not the start? No, from here you can see it. Oh, no, it's not the start. You can jump here. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, this will probably have the last switch. I don't really have a lot of that. You know what? It could be worth using this. This guy is mildly annoying. Though I feel like this thing misses more often than it doesn't. Or it just does nothing to him. Also possible. I just don't like that staff weapon very much. I guess this is one of those elemental weaknesses or something, because it just was doing nothing against him. That must have raised, surely. Ah. What's with that weird line on the map going across the grate? I don't know. Surely that must have raised the last pillar. Yeah, apparently you don't start getting damage in Heretic as soon as you dip down into acid. You know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna spam this crap at whoever comes at me. The smoke has cleared, but does that mean the door is opened? Because the smoke was not a problem. Amulets were protective against that. So this might be the secret cave. Okay, at this point I'm starting to need more healing, and maybe I could consider using another amulet, but I don't consistently drop into acid for a long time, so still quite not quite there. I wonder if this weapon particularly benefits from no auto aim. Very purple. Because I don't know how the hell... It seems to have gravity as far as I can see, but... Does it though? A little bit. So I don't know how well it aims at like distant enemies or whatever. I kind of feel like they would be resistant to this weapon, but maybe not. Okay, so these might not even break. What's this gonna be about? 1 of 3 Korax gems. Aren't those mandatory? But this is a secret. Huh. Maybe this is for the super secret through the audience chamber. And the one when you need to put the robes of the spiral is gonna be the normal, like, ending progression. Though how do you make me go through 3 additional levels just to get 1 item? I'm curious, we'll see. I'm hoping... Wait. No, the secret level had stuff locked. Okay, so I'm hoping this is the hub where we have the super secret level, which means I won't have missed it in previous ones. And I still have a chance of fighting it normally. Okay, the door has been opened as well. And this is nice hexen sludge, which doesn't hurt. Jeebus. Okay, that was literally going into that. It's fine. Maybe... Nah, if he's strong to the weapon, still no point of shooting it, even if I have a clear shot at him. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe a spam and pray kind of weapon is better here. At least this doesn't actually spray. Well, with here I'm gonna deal with them with some efficiency. Okay, there's a regular old gem. Maybe there's normal gems and secret gems or something. 1 of 3, Heart of the Spiral, and that was a Heart of Korax. G. Okay. Apparently something stronger is required. That was a good shot. Okay, if I hadn't shot myself with the rocket launcher, maybe that would have been better. The red guy didn't even seem to spawn. Interesting. Oh, I guess maybe he just comes in from outside. Okay, well, this weapon rules. I'm happy I found it. Wherever did I find it? In some secret or something. Okay, so we're gonna have... I'm not sure where where the Korax gems are gonna come into play. But I'm guessing it's maybe like secret gems in every level and normal gems in every level. And you will have different places to put those gems. I hope it's not like you have to not pick up the spiral gems so that your character puts down the Korax gems. So you get to the secret level first or something like that. Basically, I hope you cannot screw yourself over getting access to the secret level by doing something out of order. Well, you know, apart from some sort of obvious point of no return. Even though in this WOD so far, even after bosses, you could still go back and finish up the hub before exiting it. These bitches, fuck them. Okay, we've done the green, let's do the blue. Cloister of Tears. Maybe like Cloister of Salt. Look at all these fucking homing fuckers. I wonder if we put the 3 Korax gems in the yellow secret level. Oof. Chaos Wyvern. Okay. Okay. What if I just went down here? It's terrible. There's ice. Maybe I need something. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Maybe this is not enough. This is not enough. Where the fuck is that Chaos Wyvern that keeps fucking me up? Wyvern, rather. I'm guessing the answer is up in the sky, but still. Jesus shit. Why is it the ice levels are always the worst, even if it's not the fault of ice enemies? Or the surface of ice having ice physics. This is not a good level. I mean, at least the combat in it is not good. I don't like this beginning whatsoever. It's completely ridiculous. Fuck off with this shit. Ah, there's the Chaos Wyvern. Jesus fucking... And also there's the ice here as well to think about. Okay, just fucking 89 health off. Why not? As soon as you poke your face out of the starting room. Maybe there's a bad... I feel like it's my favorite weapon to use with the tome. Now, going down there sucks completely. Not viable. Because half of the weapons just turn to shit with the tome, like the Hellfire stuff and the Phoenix Rod. Just Hellfire stuff is only very situationally useful. Maybe I should just go here and not bother with the overall like surrounding area to start with. I guess I do start off with 50 health, so that is something I could remedy to make the situation easier. Not this crap. Man, this place sucks. If only I had hotkeys for some of the items, I probably have. And I just don't know about it. One of the reasons I don't really use the Tome of Power so much, because when you use the Tome of Power, you kind of feel the need to rush in and just like put yourself into more danger, just because otherwise it feels like you can waste some of the opportunity, because it'll just run out. And so when you use the Tome of Power, you die way faster, because you have to like rush in and shoot at everyone. And I can see myself not dodging that stuff, but at the same time, like, how the fuck do you expect me to dodge all this shit? There's so much shit flying around. Nah. Nah, bro. This level sucks. Just straight up. It only is missing like a fuck ton of stalagmites around the border everywhere to be the embodiment of everything I dislike about this WOD. It's literally one giant room filled to the brim around the borders with the most annoying bullshit. Like the enemies that have a chance to insta-heal you, or I mean insta-kill, insta-hit. Insta-kill, and a bunch of these fucking homing attack fuckers, who should barely be used ever. I guess it's also missing a lot of stalkers. But still, just having this open area and surrounding it with homing attack fuckers everywhere is the worst thing, one of the worst things you can do, and it's literally just what this level is all about. Motherfucker, right? If only there was a quick way to use a healing item that I didn't have to scroll through this crap. I guess I can, like, have it prepared beforehand. And to top it all off, of course, it's freaking ice down here as well. So I know it's gonna be real fair and fun to dodge all this crap in the big arena. Maybe I'll drink 2 of these, just to... And you know what? Fuck it. We're going all out, I might as well just pull out the big guns. Wow, every possible ledge just completely filled with these annoying ass enemies. Nice! Nice design, I approve. I'm joking, this is terrible, I hate this level. This might be the worst level of the wood so far. Well, I hope Touchdown is happy. I've used like half of my items on this crap. This is why, by the way, I don't like using items in tough situations, because it feels like I'm just accepting that I'm not cool enough to beat this challenge normally, even though usually when I do it, it's because I feel like the challenge is bullshit. But it still feels like conceding that, yeah, give me easy mode for this, I'm just gonna skip this challenge, thank you very much. And this is why I hate using all these like super powerful items that you get. For context for everyone but Touchdown, it's because Touchdown wrote in his latest message that it's frustrating to watch me play. I mean, I play in a frustrating way because apparently I don't use enough strong items and weapons. Weapons, fair point, even though I think I use a lot of strong weapons, often. But with items, this is why. Because I don't feel good right now about having beaten the start. I still hate the level, in the beginning of the level. But I also hate the fact that I pretty much skipped playing it what I feel like fairly. By just like applying a power-up, and... It's like using assist mode in another game. Even completely built into the gameplay, as it may be, you know. In Turok 2, you unlock cheats by just beating levels. It doesn't mean that it's intended for you to just go in the menu, activate a cheat, and play through the rest of the game that way as soon as you find one. Though I don't think... I think maybe all the useful cheats get unlocked when you beat the game, I don't remember. I feel like maybe you unlock the cheats that are purely cosmetic throughout the actual game, but you know, imagine if they unlock God mode and stuff. Right. Well, the good part is that this place is done. The bad part is this level sucks. But you know, I feel like I've said it already. I don't need to repeat myself this much. But just in case you're just coming in here and didn't catch it, this level is bad and I don't like it. Okay, that guy was nearly dead. Well, you know, maybe the rest of it is gonna be better. The beginning of this level is terrible crap shit. But maybe the rest of it is gonna be better now that all the bullshit is slightly more dispersed in corridors and whatnot. Serious Sam, you are not, and Serious Sam level designer, you are not. You should not be trying to make like big open levels with lots of enemies. Because so far I have not seen examples in this world of good fights in big environments, in big open environments with lots of enemies, because it always ends up being lots of enemies around the border, all of which shoot homing projectiles, have fun. Or just, you know, exploding projectiles like the ice, whatchamacallits. You got to know some freaking limits, man. Of course, Doom or Heretic enemies aren't even suited for Serious Sam style combat with large open spaces, because you have to either use a lot of them or use the shittiest ones. Because they are not quite that dangerous in open spaces or in, you know, just by being in big groups without the factor of overwhelming you. So here, what he does is he uses the large numbers of enemies in open-ish levels in the only way in which they pose any threat, which is also just happens to be one of the most annoying things you can do in Heretic, apparently. You know, while Serious Sam enemies are fast, most of them either faster than you or just like, you know, and also they are designed to work in large groups with others or by themselves. Most of them, you know, Scrapjacks can be challenging on their own, but you know, they usually are just like a couple of them. That kind of stuff. But like, you want to put a fuck ton of clears, you be my guest. You want to put a fuck ton of Serious Sam style, just like weak enemies with projectiles that slightly homing in you but not completely, be my guest, because that slight homing is actually beneficial. Because without it, in such large spaces, no one would ever hit you, but it's still easy to dodge if you just like move perpendicular to it. But if you want to put just like a lining of nitro golems all around the place, you can fuck right off and burn in hell forever. Also, I think it's the first time today that I found the chest before I found the chest key, which is kind of amusing. I guess I have that shit. Maybe I should use it. I feel this as well. It's not very convenient to use in most of the environments in here, because it kind of works best when you don't have random stuff that will block the one big good shot that you can unleash. So this kind of weapon, I guess only this one. I use the rocket launcher liberally. But this is the type of weapon that I normally save. I guess it's not that ultimate strength powerful as I thought it was, because maybe these guys are immune, who knows. With the whole immunity system, I feel like it's hard to judge. I don't know if it's the best idea for this wood, because it's hard to judge how strong the new weapons and enemies are. Because one of them could just literally be strong against something and you will think that weapon is shit. Like using against those Ophidians, the lightning rod thingamajig feels like a pretty shit weapon overall, because it's weaker than the rocket launcher against them, I think. And yet, some enemies it just kills in one shot. Okay, slightly worth it. So yeah, the rest of this level is fine. Though, honestly, I kind of feel maybe I should go back to full software mode, because I feel like I miss the slightly higher contrast and darker darks and brighter brights. Yeah, this makes the level look better, in my opinion. I'm glad to be back to this style of graphic for Heretic. It was a nice distraction playing in like Doom mod mode. But I don't think this utilizes a lot of dynamic lights anywhere, so like not many benefits from that. This might make aiming up and down be a little bit more awkward, but you know what? Nothing too bad. Wait, I'm pulling this. Okay. Hint received. Let's use this for a bit. Ah, that's where the shit's coming from. Okay, there he goes. Aruga! Okay, so there's a little bit of bullshit that we haven't cleared here. That is reminiscent of the terrible start. But this is way more manageable. I bet on the fucking die to this crap. I shouldn't take teleporters so liberally. Interesting doors. I don't know if I like mosaic, because it always feels like ceramic tiles of some sort and they have no place on doors. Okay, I feel like I missed some stuff here, like behind the door. What's behind the door? No, I've been here, but now I can pick up some of this stuff. And go behind another door and pick up the armor thing. Okay, so what am I actually trying to achieve in this level? There's something in there. Well, let's branch out a little bit and go in there. I've been here, but I've died. I feel like they might be slightly weak against this, or I mean strong, or that weapon is just shit. As I feel like it is like slightly weaker than it feels like it should be. Oh, right. Full on this, okay. Also, is it just me, or is are the ice, the Wendigos, or whatever they're called, are they literally the worst enemy to have to fight on ice? Or maybe one of the bad ones. I feel like ice makes them like more annoying than it does make other enemies more annoying. Hopefully that makes sense. Like the increase in annoyance from the ice is larger on those guys because they have those like freaking exploding shots and everything. Okay, was that necessary, or was that just like an alternate way inside here? Also, the music's kind of boring in this level as well. Like, even by the standards of the sword, which honestly, music's probably the weakest point. The gameplay is at least, like, most of the time good enough. Okay, Mike. What's bon appetit? There we go, that's the thing you say. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. How was my Italian, by the way? You probably are already gone, but still. Oh, right. Maybe that's why I'm playing... Wait a second. I wasn't playing this in software, no. I was playing it in hardware still. But with... palette mode. There we go. Use this now. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I would know. I hate French, I would know. I've also played Mario games. I think I would know. Buongiorno, appetit. No, no buongiorno. Same thing though. Benzino gasolini. Now I want to investigate further in this direction. Once again, I forgot where I stopped. It just goes up here, okay. I keep going here and then I keep... Oh, right, I've been here. So, behind the thing, but I probably cannot get behind... No, wait, there's... I literally can. Because there's stuff here. For me. Teleport or... some type of normal secrets. Probably not through this. Ah! Probably not through this either, I'll be honest. This seems like it's a disconnected secret. Oh, they're both even openable. Oh, but maybe teleport. Ooh, Ash. Don't do that. Hey, flame mask. Now I can open some door somewhere or something, I don't know. Also, I'm reading War and Peace right now. I realize it's a late edition, but I'm reading War and Peace, so I know French now. Okay, but seriously, where the hell do I put them? Oh. The bell in the waterfall tower is what? Revealed. Well, you'd think I would put the mask somewhere. Maybe I can just throw the mask across or some shit. Waterfall tower. What is the waterfall tower? Could be literally anything. That's one of them shortcut teleporters that open later. And that's just a random teleporter that doesn't go anywhere useful. Okay, so that whole thing seems like pretty much the last part of the level that's relevant. Oh, there's a bell. I guess we rang the bell. Let's go see what it did. I don't know if it was a secret in any way, but might have been. Was it always here? This little weird pedestal? Yeah, that's where the mask was. So yeah, I'm not sure what it does yet, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. Let's go in there through the front door entrance and just wreak havoc. Hey, there's a normal Iron Lich in there. Let's see how good this is against them, actually. Oh, too much crap, too much crap. Oh, there's a number of them. Well, actually, if you would throw me up to where this door is, I would be grateful. Nice, though it kind of took all my life away. Which I didn't want. See, this is why I don't like the Iron Liches. They can go fuck off right to hell. Oh. Dude, go freak off with the tornadoes. Ah, I didn't quite press that in time. Oh boy, this place also sucks. For different reasons. Too many iron leeches and random other shit in the same place. Iron leeches are just bad by themselves, I feel. Unless you place them in a position where they are kind of helpless. The tornadoes are enough to make them a super annoying enemy to deal with that I never want to encounter. Let's spawn a bunch of mages. See, this is why they suck. How the fuck are you supposed to have fun with this fucking attack? You are not. Also, apparently I'm able to kill myself using this. How? Maybe it's just like erroneous message when you use a tornado. I mean, when a tornado hits you. Maybe the bell did something like unleash some more shit here than it should have. Okay, so I'm gonna try to deal with these. I guess it's possible that I'm just not doing like the weird half kind of smart, half exploity. I'm gonna pretend and say that a lot of stuff, tactics that I just don't think of, I don't do because they feel like I would be exploiting stuff and just like using cheap tactics. Which here would be to like run in here, run around, deal with all the other enemies and then try to take on the leeches. I always feel for some reason when I have an encounter, I always feel like it's supposed to be possible to just take on like head on, not fast forward, straight forward, without any underhanded tactics. And such tactics include literally just using items. But this level can go fuck itself, so... I think the doors are ruining a lot of my mages spawning. Maybe I shouldn't keep going in here, because this is a bad place to be. Oof, good thing I didn't shoot him with the rocket. Mages, please, don't be retarded. Thank you. Also, the annoying thing about situations like this where it's like, okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna use an item. Annoying thing is you don't know ahead of time that some place is gonna be just like unfairly difficult. So you have to do trial and error and then go like, okay, I don't feel like actually dealing with this, I'm just gonna use an item. Which also never feels good. So that is why I don't like using items. Where the hell is this? Okay, so that's the heart. You know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna use all, like, full health. Ah, I guess it's just another part of all this stuff. Ah, so many chests for some reason. Where are all the keys? Okay, this didn't spawn a bunch of crap, so that's nice at least. There's some bullshit there, Lich. Wow, even gets me over here. Fuck off, mate. Literally, I don't want to deal with any of you ever again. Where is that guy? Oh, several on ice. Very nice, I appreciate it. I guess overall this level is just bad. There's far more bad parts than good parts in this level. This is like this little cave is the only part I liked. Like, hey, let's fight 1,000 iron leashes with blocking enemies in a cramped space. Hey, let's fight 1,000 homing projectile motherfuckers in an open space on ice. Yeah, those are both great ideas. And fun gameplay. I feel like I might not have saved after all that. Well, you know what, I don't want to use the tome and a bunch of this ammo again. At the same time I kinda do, because fuck that place, fuck that room. I keep going in here, dang it. What's wrong with me? I really should stop doing this. This is the one part that I can concede is my fault, going in there every time, where all the leashes are. Okay, that works out for me. Let me out. I also feel like there should be no sliding doors in this one whatsoever, because they are never not annoying to deal with. Ah! I feel like they're literally just preventing my dudes from spawning there. Okay, you guys deal with each other over there. I'm gonna fucking just roam around for a while and look at stuff. See if anything anywhere has opened, because I shot the bell. These fucking iron is just here as well. Not in a very good spot. Let's this wood has some very drastic contrasts in level quality. I tell you what. Some levels look good but play like absolute trash, like willow wood. This level doesn't even really look particularly interesting. It's possibly the worst playing level in the WoD so far. Okay, nothing new, and I can hear them still doing shit. I do wonder how possible it would be here for me if I just stopped going in that direction and went here and tried a bit more of going here and, you know, attacking from there. But I feel like there's enough iron leashes here that they will just surround you anyways. No matter which directions you like walk in after jumping down here in the water. They will just come and surround and overwhelm you anyway. And just paralyze you with the fucking tornadoes and... Nah, not a good time. I guess these are actually ammo for this and not just the bouncy bombs. Yeah, maybe this does something temporarily here, like open something. You'd think, maybe like here. Hopefully it did not just open where the Tome of Power was, because that would be hella boring and underwhelming after unlocking a bell. Even though the bell was not really, like, the switch wasn't really that hidden. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, now deal with that crap. Let's just use these. I have a bunch of rockets. I guess there's no good reason. It's easy with the rockets. There's no good reason that I wouldn't just use them. But the rockets are the only strong weapon that I actually enjoy using. So it feels like a shame. I'd rather have a situation which forces me to use the shit like the this thing or the this thing, but they are crap and never good. Well, I mean the first thing of those two is sometimes kind of good, but it's just like kind of clunky to use. I don't know. Not a big fan of it. Oh, can I? No. Okay, there's obviously a whole bunch of stuff that I'm missing in this level. I'm determined to find it. I found the second. I have not found the second Corax thing, so obviously still got something I really need to find in this level. It's accessible from here. Maybe it does something here. No. Maybe it's accessible from here. It does something. Here, maybe it opens that thing. No. I can't really hear anything happening when I shoot it, so I don't know if anything ever, if like a door opens or lift activates somewhere or something. I really don't see where there could be anything. I mean, there's a lot of places where I'm just like, how the hell do I get there? And do I get there? Those could be... no, they're probably not doors. I've got the map, but a lot of secrets I think are marked off the map and would not be revealed. I want to drink some tea. Okay, anyway. Time to scour around. Finally, the bad part of the level's done. The gameplay. The combat gameplay, rather. Where are all the chest keys? Maybe they aren't secrets. Where does this goes to like one of them sides here. Yeah. The bell does nothing here. Maybe if I disable the music I could hear some sounds, but I don't feel like doing it. It would make this way even more, it's like, sad. If I had to run around here looking for the secrets without the music. Basically, actually, you know what? Fuck it. The music isn't that good in this level anyway. Okay, it was on 50. Let's remember, it was on 50. Let's... here. I think that the bell probably wouldn't be a temporary sort of switch. I don't remember previously what it did in this WOD. But I also can't really see anything that would have been permanently opened or changed. Unless it's literally just for that Dome of Power and it's really that underwhelming of a secret. In which case, where the hell are like the 4 other secrets? Including the heart that I need, the secret heart. Let's just make sure. Okay, so there's obviously not going to be anything new here around the exits. There's that. I could jump down there. I don't think that's going to be a proper secret. But it's an item. I wonder how many secrets, if there are more than that one secret around here that are just like drop on a ledge that you hadn't considered. I don't mind the secrets, they are fine. Hey, there's a key. Okay, so this is not a secret, as I thought. But I finally found a key. Do I have to pick which chest I open? I hope not. I think in the last hub I actually had an extra key left in the end. So I haven't found a chest somewhere. Let's test. This one has a potion. Where was the other one even? I can't forget. Was it like here? Beyond the teleporter maybe? Yes, what isn't here? That is significantly more relevant than the freaking green potion. That's for sure. Hmm. 3 out of 6 secrets. I guess the key area was marked. I didn't notice, but the key must have been marked. Like around the key must have been marked as a secret as well. I'll take that. One of the secrets is clearly this. One of the secrets is that place up there, kind of thing. That thing needs to, and also over there. There's something. There's a switch there as well. How do you get in here? Maybe this is just a lift. No. Maybe that's something the bell does. Maybe the bell lowers that. That would be kind of weird, but sure. Let's try. No. And maybe there's a secret door under there that leads on that ledge. It's either that or some boring ass teleport. Let's see. Nothing really marked as much of a secret here, but you never know until you hump the walls. So I guess that's literally the 3 secrets. But we need a place to start, and that's is pretending they are all like interconnected linearly. But at least one place to start is around here somewhere. It could set us on a path towards finding all that shit. Though I couldn't tell you where I should even be looking right now, because I don't really see any hints. The only thing I can think of is like try to fall in these windows, but there's no way that's gonna be anything. They usually are not. I don't remember if there was a single secret like this in this world so far, falling just into a window like this. There might have been in like Hub 2 or something. The wall is just marked. I guess this is decorative. Purely decorative. Does this bridge have a point besides just being a shortcut also? Have I completely explored outside there around the starting area, all the cliffs and such? I guess there would be no hidden doors in the caves. Quite just like a random cave lined up. Oh. Might as well hump everything if nothing's working. I probably all humped all of these crates by now, but still. Never hurts to hump twice, either. This crate is kind of sus. I guess it's not that sus, because this texture is symmetric around the door. Never mind. So goes the bell. This could be in a secret of a sort. Like limited quality, but still, at least it feels like some sort of potential openable door or something. Yeah. Getting back in there involves too many elevators for my taste. The least you could do is like make elevators immediately go back up, do custom elevator and make them only wait for 1 second instead of 3 or however much. Have I been? Yeah, no, that just goes outside. So the starting, kind of. I guess he dropped the egg. It's not a secret egg. This looks like it could be secret, but it's also symmetrical. Dang man, I don't have a clue. I do not want to leave without finding all the Korax parts, gems. Looked here already, but you know. Could always have missed something. Kinda hopeful. You know what would be cool if someone came in who knew where it was, because I don't want to look it up, but I would accept a hint. Probably. I wonder if whatever switch is over there lowers this. But still, I don't know how to get there in the first place. This could literally be just a teleport to one of the other secret parts. Could be teleport to down there, or teleport to over here, or on that ledge. Maybe there's a different switch somewhere that can open that teleport. Though it looks, what if it's the bell? No. Hopefully it's not some crazy like, I mean I have the flame mask as well, but I have nowhere to place it really. Unless it's a, I forget. Is the usable item maybe? No. Find a wall mount on which to place this. Maybe this is what I should be looking for, a wall mount. Hopefully it's in this level, it's not some dumb shit like in the secret level for the first episode. Wall mount. I wasn't really paying attention to specific wall mounts. But you'd imagine it goes into one of those holes in behind the bars there. But you know, you never know with this what. Could be some BS where those just indicate that, you know, that place is accessible with the mask and you need to use it on another one elsewhere. Very possible. The secret to the first secret level, the exit there, I feel like was a bit, maybe slightly overboard. But at the same time, it could have been just me, I don't know, just... It's one of those places where, just because I didn't immediately find it, or, you know, didn't find it for a long time, it feels like it's too hidden. Just because it didn't occur to me to just search through a room. I guess I could have easily just remembered that there was a statue there that was, like, missing something. But it just didn't stick in my memory, which I don't want to try to make a judgment if that's a fault of my own or just the design where it's put in a place where you have too much happen to you afterwards before you can find the key item, that you would forget that there was a requirement for the key item. I have half a mind to just like no clip or open this in the editor because I don't want to leave without finding this, but at the same time I don't want to spend like an hour here just running pointlessly. This is the stage that I kind of hate in these games where it's just running around an empty level trying to find secrets that are way too hidden for my particular mindset, which makes me unable to. Does this open something else? No, this door just have an unnaturally long sound. Cannot sit in the throne. But yeah, I can never tell. I wish I could tell with more certainty whether something is too hidden or it just didn't happen to... I just didn't happen to notice, but a lot of like old shooter levels or new shooter masking as old shooter, kind of like Iron Maiden, and a lot of them you end up with like a 1 or 2, 3 secrets out of like 7 in the level 8, 10. and you just absolutely cannot find them, no matter what. And it feels like there's zero indication where they could possibly be. There's probably is, but it's of a kind that you don't look out for, you know? Oh wait, have I been... Is there a way to get on this? Is it literally just walking out of that whole thing? I can get the other key, I see now, but... Wow, literally can just make this jump. Okay. But this is another chest key. Maybe this will do something useful. It seems like it's a temporary switch. So I bet it lowers the thing there. Yeah, okay. We are making progress. So, how do I quickly get over here? Using the teleporter, so... Okay. I'm gonna go open the chest as well right away before I forget. Yes, maybe it is like a sequential kind of secret, because that place where I'm expecting to get to by using the switch right now has another switch. Okay. Did not have to look at walkthroughs or hints or anything. What does this do? I think that opens that teleporter. Yes, this has another mask. But I still don't have access to where I should place them. What the fuck? How do I get in there? How do I get behind this? I hope to God this is not just like a... I mean, this is kind of a cool puzzle type, but... I wish I could throw them through the bars. Because, like, what... If I could be there, I would already have collected all this cool item stuff. What would I achieve further by using the masks on the things? I guess I would open some final secret. But still, there are already only 2 secrets missing, so there's this place, which doesn't seem related. Because it has its own item. And then there must be some sort of teleporter somewhere. Which I thought this would be, but that would put me behind those bars there. Yeah. Okay, so that secret though, that was not too hidden and just avoided my attention because of random chance. There's also that thing with the 3. That I'm guessing that's where the secret gem is. That you have to find another teleporter that will get you there. Yeah. There was not a big chance that this would lead down there by some miracle, but who knows? Maybe just like literally a hump wall here somewhere. No. I really hope it's not something somewhere that you cannot really notice that is unlocked with the bell. Hmm. I'm also failing to understand what's the point of that whole place. I don't remember. That switch, did it do anything beyond making this bridge? And what's the point of this bridge? Was it literally just like an alternate way to get in here? Could have been. Could have been. Let's actually try to like hump more stuff in here. Yeah, these are not indicative of anything. Drought. But like maybe I could see some hidden switch somewhere. There's something weird in there, but that could be just like a dummy sector. Ugh. I don't know. There was some progress, but then it was not the kind that I wanted. I wanted other secrets. I guess there was this door closing at the same time as this was opening. I did not reveal anything either. I wish the sounds of doors opening and closing were different. Because there it sounded like 3 doors closed. Okay. 1 open. 2 open. 1 close. 2 close. I felt like I really heard 3 opening slash closing sounds in here. Maybe it was when this one opens it goes for longer. Yeah, it's probably that. That's kind of crap. What if it's on the rockets? No. This kind of would suggest, wouldn't it, that the bell would have something to do with this throne room and whatnot. But I think I've tried that. Nah. Come on, go up. Oh. Okay, I didn't make it on it in time. Huh. Right. Right. The last possible second for that. I don't hear anything opening or closing in here. Damn! Oh. Wow! Fuck you. Well. I guess it's, at least in this room, that's a point for it. Okay. Methodical. Slightly better than just flailing randomly. Interesting. Okay, so maybe this doesn't count as a secret. Interesting. Nice, free tome of power. Hey. They keep giving me this white mana as if I could use it. Maybe each of these levels has a fragment. Okay, anyway, if you're done with this... Honestly, the secret finding was still more enjoyable than the combat. This level had really crap fighting in it. Okay, let's go. Which one is the last one? This, I think? Yeah. That's not a good start. I hope this level doesn't suck as much. It's also big and open. I guess they are all kind of big and open, huh? The green one just didn't have a lot of bullshit enemies. Oh, Jesus. This is like 1/10 of the enemy presence of the previous level. What the hell? What is this balance? Also, these things kind of stand out in the overall like visual style, I feel. These things. Okay, first deal with those guys because they have slightly more flexibility. The lizards are stuck up there, probably not gonna be relevant. I'm gonna slightly be cheap here. Do I have any of those insta-kill things for them? Yes, several. But I don't know if I know how to get up to them immediately. Instantly, whatever. Let's just do it cheaply as well. Can I... Are they tall enough hitbox-wise? I don't know. Maybe I can... no, this would require a Tome of Power. What the fuck? This would require a Tome of Power, I suppose. Maybe this thing. How fast does this kill them? I forget. Nice, 2 shots. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, well, apparently I was saving, so that's nice. You know what? Get fucked. I don't even care. Wow, not in one shit. Not in one hit, rather. I'm just gonna mock Touchdown's criticism of not using the powerful weapons by using powerful weapons on completely underwhelming enemies. Can you fuck off, fire lizards? No, but actually I should use this. It's abundant. The other hitboxes are too shit for playing without auto-aim and trying to do this kind of thing. I don't think I'm hitting any of them at any point. Shh. Doors too now. I wish I could just toss some grenade up there or something. No, I think that may be hitting occasionally. Weirdly, that hits what feels like with more reliability. Maybe they just don't react to being hit with this. Yeah, they are slightly like pushed back there. Maybe this thing goes through? I never noticed if it actually goes through enemies or anything. Or they move too much and it's passing just by instead. Anyway, whatever. I don't like using that in this situation. Let's just use this a bunch. I would say that's less of an annoying place to put the monsters in because of the challenge they make, because they can barely shoot at you anywhere here. But rather an annoying place to put them because it's just super annoying to kill them there. Okay, that's not really worth it. Maybe I can find out. Okay, the teleport just puts me up here. Okay. Also, let's put the music back on. I forgot completely. This kind of speaks to how insignificant music is in this. I don't even notice when it's not there. Heh. Nothing about this is Icar. This is lava. So I guess that means that fireball door. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Well, this one is helpless and pointless. Barely any better than the regular one. It just feels sillier because it keeps like doing weird jumps and getting stuck. Like, this tiny enemy should not take that many hits. This is Heretic in a nutshell. Yeah, wow, I'm... Ah. Ooh. I am allergic to bullshit. Took me a while, but it finally overwhelmed me. But you know, like, you have to breathe a lot of pollen before you start with your hay fever. Well, at least I do. Oh, let's put a bunch of nitro golems in every corner. How fun. And add some below the corners as well, because 4 is not enough for a room. I'm never gonna stop mocking nitro golems on the like edges of rooms. This will never stop being dumb as fuck and annoying. Dumb because it's just annoying and not funny. Okay, they are not strong to fire. They kinda look like maybe they should be, but they aren't. Don't they take less? I guess that's the famed damage range at work here. Oh, that's not a switch. Well, okay then. Alright, they don't give a shit about this weapon. Yeah. Wow, I'm just taking them one after another. I feel like they've kind of stopped giving me arrows as much. I knew some shit was gonna open. Ooh, fuck off. Wow, that actually hit. Holy shit. Well, time to drink a green potion, I guess, or two. Shortcut? Looks like it. Honestly, fine by me. As long as I end up finding everything I need to find. Yeah, that guy just looks weird and kind of spastic. Probably because he's trying to move fast. And you know how fast moving enemies end up in Doom. I'm just blatantly calling this Doom even though it's Heretic. You know, same engine, same monster movement AI and whatnot. More or less. I wonder how much better this would be on like the second to last difficulty, because apparently Black Plague just goes kind of overboard with adding challenge. A bit. Maybe that was just some RNG that they seemed strong against this. Come to think of it, aren't elemental weaknesses or just like weaknesses to weapons kind of crap when there's also a really heavy RNG range on the damage that you deal with anything? Fuck it, drink full. Ah, sucks balls. Question is that are they strong against this? Or am I worrying too much about who is strong against what? Okay, can't go past this. Good to know. Well, this felt cheap, but maybe that's just how combat is in old games. When you do it right, it feels cheap as fuck. Man, there's too many doors. You know, I'm on the half series. Yeah, but yeah, okay, two of them are kind of interesting at least. Very slightly. Because quickly there's only one and then they're not interesting again. That thing continues to be silly. Oh, he did not even die from one hit of this. What a useless piece of trash. Where? Somewhere way over there, fuck it. Too far. We went too far, damn it. Okay, but this is old ground. Right. So I'm gonna have to go kind of there, kind of there. Maybe through this door. Slightly better vantage point. Well, I still don't see him, but I'm gonna shoot him anyway. I think he might be dead. Low. Try harder next time. Okay, maybe that guy's not dead. Or is it a different one? It's a different one. I can kinda see him, but not well enough. Should start using the X perhaps too. E. Okay, that's not just a symmetric cage. Interesting. What is this crazy variety? Ah! Also, what was that sound? It's a really weird sound all of a sudden. This is like alert sound of those guys. Hopefully I'm hitting them. Oh, one of them is the thing, the other thing, the wyvern. Fucking mouse. Okay. Mouse was having a little bit of problem suddenly just going up and down for some reason. It's like a huge dead zone in the movement. Aha. been here, done this. Was this just closed? I guess it might have been. Ah. Okay, I've learned my lesson using that thing. It's good. Against one of the most annoying enemies here, so... Very good. Fuck over these! These shouldn't be here. Uh-huh. Jesus, this level kinda goes on, doesn't it? Compared to the others. I mean, the blue one felt like it dragged more because it was terrible. This one is much more fun. In the caves, huh? Yeah, can you stop spamming that shit? I'm out. Shh. Why not have an enemy that just rapid spams homing projectiles that might or might not kill in one hit? I mean, those guys are low on the overall annoyance scale, but still, it's like... Chill out, will you, with your fucking enemy design a bit? Okay, but... Did I want to be here? I'm not sure. There's a gear? That's random. Okay, I should... You know what? Where is those things? Is it that potion? No, it's an attack item. I thought I had an item that would protect me from the lava, but maybe I don't. I'm pretty sure the amulet doesn't do it. Unless it does? No, it doesn't. Well, I'm gonna just eat one of these, I suppose. Weird, but sure. If you insist. Okay, let's put me on this ledge. What did that thing do actually? Interesting, invalid ACS module. I wonder what that is doing. Catwalk has risen in the caves. Well, there is a lot of caves in here. I guess I'll just spot it. Dead? Dead. This is an interesting place at least, though. I feel like I could use less wood textures. Even if it's just like in between the rooms, it feels out of place. Ah. No, of course. Too fat. This outside room looks kind of cool. Where'd they all go? I don't know. Let's just collect everything. Did the weird spazzy thing die? Okay. Well, it's gonna be a while before I can reach them easily. Dang, this is gonna be annoying, but you know, let's give them time. Also, the repulsion discs. Maybe I'm missing some obvious way to make them very useful, but I haven't. Ooh. Yes. Okay, let's see how this works. Ah, Cleric. And I'm actually very curious how this works with the tome. Okay, it's like a BFG then. A lot of ghosts, but I don't know. It better do like crazy damage or something, because it just feels like it's not like overwhelmingly convenient to use or anything. It's just... It probably does a bunch of damage, and that's it. The ghosts are kind of like fragile, they dissipate after hitting a wall, don't fly around hunting people like I think they did in Hexen. Who's there? I feel like someone heard. Oh boy! Okay, while he's distracted, I'm just gonna... Whoop, 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 whoop. Well, let's test it out against this guy. I don't know how much damage it ended up doing, but at least it kind of stun-locked him there, so that's a good side effect. Didn't seem to do that much in the end. But he's still not dead enough after all that. Oh no, he got stuck. Wow. He was very not dead. That barely did anything to him, looks like. Okay, sure. Ultimate 3-part weapon. Barely does damage to the boss enemy. I'll take it, I guess. Didn't really keep track of how much ammo it used. Maybe I should have spammed more. Give me, okay. Once again, 2 out of 6 secrets. I feel like this would have been a secret in a... I don't want to say better WOD, but WOD with better secrets overall. Well, I don't know, most secrets in this WOD are nice. There's just some of them I really don't notice until it's too late. Hey, chest key. Now if only I could remember where there was a chest. Probably somewhere early. Hey, I think this is the catwalk. Nope. Okay, there is a heart. That's a normal heart of this peril. I also need his robes, apparently. From somewhere. And of course, more than all that, I need the... Yeah. Well, I guess a bunch of those are bouncing bombs. One. Damn, that was a waste of a key. Another chest key. Was there another chest? There must have been, because I don't actually remember that one that well. Yeah. Give me this thing. God damn it. Well, I ain't gonna find any chests on the minimap, unfortunately. Go away, save notification. Okay, 3 out of 6 secrets. What was the 3rd secret? Was it related to the catwalk? Okay, that over there looks kinda good. But not overwhelmingly so. I guess I have the flame shield. So that's your answer to lava. Okay, let's evaluate. Where is there potential for further secrets? Any of these weird lava places? Oh boy, new enemies. How have they not killed me whilst I was idly browsing? Way better than Iron Leeches. Okay. Now time to mop up. Just in case this is considered a secret, probably not. Let's not use our health items just yet. There might be extra ones I've missed. There could also be switches in some of these walls, you never know. I'm gonna hold off on possibly like trying to go through lava falls for now, until I'm very desperate. Also, I'm just jumping down in the sea of lava. Ugh. I kind of forget what the switch did. I think it opened the way inside, yeah. So let's retrace our steps a little bit. Where is there another chest? How do you get in there? Was there anything else here? No, that's where I got the big blue ammo. That's the shortcut from another further point. That is a switch I pressed, it opened the shortcut, I think. No switch in the pillar. I guess I should respect the author by not expecting him to repeat the secrets completely, but you know. Again, you never know what they might do. Those crazy Doom mappers. Okay, so these might not be doors. Looks like that probably is a teleporter from somewhere, but or it is literally just a freaking lava fall fake wall. Works for me too, I guess. Yeah, this looks like something I need to switch first. Dang. Well, I'll be back there later. What a weird secret, like completely nondescript lava fall. It just happens to be a secret, and I guess that is kind of a hint. That's how I found it after all, but it almost seems unintentional as hints go. Jesus, that lava. Okay, so if I don't have really anti-lava items, then pretty much nothing left in there is worth it anymore. Okay, question time. Is there a way for me to get behind this? I don't see any. And here there's a fence. Oh, what is that guy doing there? I guess this might be a secret down here. Not kind of a place I want to be in. Maybe I can just run around that guy and see what's down there, if there's anything even worth looking at. A teleport that could lead to somewhere good, because that seems like a place you have to go out of your way to fall down. That's a pretty annoying placement as well. For that guy, like, why would you do that? What if I... Can I just... Yeah. Wow, the hitbox on that weapon is annoying as fuck too. I dislike how fat the hitboxes are for all the magic projectiles in these games. I feel like later games of a modern era have decreased the hitboxes of projectiles, and that was a good decision. Dude, fuck off. Okay. Well, apparently I hit him with at least one of those lightning rod projectiles, so that's good. Anyway, this is a secret hidden way to not suffer lava damage on the way to the teleporter. Hey, there's a gear door behind the bloodfall. Okay, so that's a hint for that. Nice. What did we get? Force flask, maybe? Oh no, wait. Chaos sigil. Was it an item or was that... I think that might be some like super ammo. Anyway, let's go, I guess, in the door behind the bloodfall. Maybe I won't find... I kind of want to find the ring of invincibility as well, because that seems like a good item to have. All in all. But first let's go find what we already know. Nice. Huh? This guy was here the whole time. Interesting. Maybe he was inside there. Burn? Okay, so now I just need to find a place to put the Korax hearts. I'm gonna use a chaos device to get out of here. Fuck that lava run. Okay, so literally one secret left to get the ring. It does not seem like a secret that would be like super difficult intentionally. Have I been down there? Yeah, I think I have. So it must be nearby, I would assume. Let me just quickly investigate the area around the invulnerability ring. If I can't find it quickly enough, I don't really need it too much. I can live without it, but I would prefer to have it. I wish there was kind of like more of a logical process you could use to guess how to get a secret like this. There's either a switch to lower this, or a teleporter and then this lowers from the inside. Logically speaking, a switch should be nearby, because you need to be able to see what it does, unless it says what it does. I've already checked these, I think, but still. Which I don't remember if this WOD really utilizes a lot of switches which tell you what they do when it's just like a barely significant secret. Which, you know, don't hate me, but I consider an invulnerability ring compared to some of the other stuff in here sort of a barely significant secret in the end. Let's have another look. That's up there, yeah, that's up there, okay, so nothing in that, in this whole mass, because there's already sectors here. I feel like these rooms could have a secret somewhere. If it was me, I would put some sort of like misaligned texture in one of these walls. Hmm. I'm not even gonna suspect another bloodfall / lava fall. Apparently I am. Okay, it wasn't. I don't think it will be. Honestly, I am considering leaving it. We already know what the price is. This is not going to be the yellow key or whatever else I'm really looking for. So let's leave for now. Not waste too much time looking for the last secret. Sad as it may be, I can live without one invulnerability ring. I just need to be really good. Okay, now we go to the red level and escape into the hub. I don't remember the exact layout of all the teleporters and such, but this feels like the beginning, yes. Okay, so let's see whose hearts we put in the thing. I'm gonna stop soon, but I'm curious. So this said place the robes in here, which I don't have yet. Jeez, those guys are now out and about. This was the place where it said to place the hearts, right? Maybe I can just manually use them to place them. This is the audience chamber. Oh, I am placing them and not the spiral hearts. Okay. Alright, it saved me. So this is gonna be a fight. Jesus, select the thing. Do I have no ammo for it? I guess I must have no ammo for the thing that spawns me minions. Just give me the tome. Man, there's too much spammy crap in here. It's mainly the fucking red, black, white mages that are killing me. I don't really have a good counter against them. Apart from maybe just focusing on them, but they are on every side, and it's kind of too ridiculous. What with their infinite spamming of homing bullshit. Fuck. This is where I could have used the invulnerability ring, I suppose. Hey, you know what? Fuck this fight. I don't feel like doing this shit right now. On the other hand, I might have no choice. What if I need to do that to even get to like the secret level, the gold key. I'm just gonna briefly go look in the secret level again, because it feels fishy that I just couldn't do anything in here. It doesn't feel right. Did I? Maybe. What if? Fuck! That was the secret way to progress. Okay. Okay then. Let's do the secret level instead then. Sure, just burning down trees apparently now is a Zelda puzzle. I mean, okay, I guess this ammo being here in abundance is kind of a hint. No arrows. Okay, prepare to run. She's gonna break through the windows, yes, of course. Predictable. So maybe in here we get the robe. I don't know, it's hard to guess some of these things. I'm just going by like numbers. There's one thing we need to do 3 of, and one thing which is singular. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Is that she's gonna shoot at me now? Yeah. Missed all of them somehow. This the ghosts are not immune to like splash damage, so that's nice. It's just me, or is it kind of weird that the green lizards also died with 2 shots from the same thing, that 2 shots kill the red lizards, because the red lizards feel like they are like 5 times as tough. Okay, Mouthman. That's an interesting texture. Finally, some arrows. What is this? Yellow. Robe is sealed with magic and cannot be shattered. Might be a puzzle of some sort. And there's time. Okay, whatever you say. Chamber of Time requires power. Huh. I mean, I would love to give it some power. Wow, it shoots good ammo at me. Maybe I need to Phoenix Rod power these mouths. Yes, this is kind of random, but sure. Just because they keep giving me ammo for this is the only hint I have for this being any sort of like puzzle solution. Okay. See, that was a way better. I guess it was just maybe even too easy, but also far less annoying situation to fight a bunch of Iron Leeches. God, still alive. Those things need to fuck off right now. Okay, let's farm a little bit of rockets here. Ah, interesting. Does it have a chance to shoot fire if I'm near full or full? Oh well, do we have any hints as to what the time needs to be? I travel backward in time. Do I now? I don't know if I trust you. Guess there are symbols. I don't really see any sort of like symbol-shaped clues anywhere though. Ah, the whole level changes. Interesting. Okay, then that makes more sense. I just have to go and do stuff, and it's like Sonic City, you know? The same thing, pretty much. Of course, it's portals, so the sounds are kind of borked. Okay, let's just randomly shoot rockets down there and hope some of them come up in time to get hit. I think that might be it. Let's now farm some more. Man, why? I guess it's unnecessary ultimately thing to farm these to max. But still, like that fireball thing just feels more annoying than necessary for interesting challenge of any sort. This is like those respawning ammo places in Turek where you just wait for an hour and get full ammo every time. Oh, this has been going on for a while, hasn't it? And apparently Twitch says still 6 viewers, so some people are just keeping this on or quietly watching, mind-numbed or so entranced. I'm honestly just kind of motivated to finish the WOD. I doubt we'll do it today. Actually, considering there might be only like a boss fight or something left in the main hub, and then a super secret level, I feel like literally just like a middle of this level would be a good place to stop. Because one more longish stream like this, and I'm fairly certain... Oh, I have max. And I'm fairly certain... Actually, I'm just gonna... You know what? I'm just gonna do that. You know what? Yeah. Good you say. I'm just gonna stop in the middle of this level. Because I feel like one more stream, and this is gonna be done. Which would be nice. Because, cool as it is, it has its annoying parts, and I want to move on to something new and fresh. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing if I can find all the secret stuff in here. Hopefully it's not a dumb decision and I should not have held out a bit longer, but it's already like a 4+ hours. I wonder how long it's gonna be processing on YouTube. Anyway, whoever the 6 of you brave souls are, you can turn off now. Apparently I dropped 500 frames at some point. Oh well. See you all maybe tomorrow when I maybe do some more DLC or something. Hopefully it'll bring a couple more followers. And you know, I get to 50 soon and I can do that whole thing that does nothing good for me. It just prohibits me from streaming simultaneously on YouTube, which I don't do, but I could have. Anyway, see you all.